I dream of it, amongst the wild threads of history and the myriad of paths. My path saw the Imperium rise from the ashes left in the wake of the Great Revolt. Thou shalt not make a machine in the likeness of the human mind. With that commandment, new avenues of human potential were explored. Mentats, Suk Doctors, Sword Masters.
Wait, it's not capturing my
sisterhood.
my clicky thingy.
But it was the navigators and their monopoly on space travel that set the conditions for the Imperium. But I am telling you of the universe you already know.
It's
Let me
me.
describe the one you do not. In this other universe,
Okay, hold on. Let's skip this. I think this is first stream with all of the PC parts. I really should test my model. Shall we try 3D actually? Hold on. Hold on. Seraph, hello! Atlas, hello! Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Hello! Seraph is first! Welcome in! Hi! How's everybody? I hope y'all had a good weekend. I spent a lot of time grinding over the weekend. I know I said I wasn't gonna stream this week. I'm still not gonna stream Wednesday, but I couldn't stay away. The Dune calls me. I've been grinding like crazy. How have you guys been? I need to do something. I don't remember. I really don't remember. One sec. One sec while I set this up. Whoa, why is that down there? Flip, flip. Moving that up real quick. Moving this around real quick. Moving this. Is my phone dead? It is. Oh no. Hold on. Hoi 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 hoi. Hoi 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 hoi. Hoi 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 hoi. Okay. Well, that's not working. Hold on. Hoi hoi. Hoi hoi hoi. I'm plugging everything in. Okay. 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 Let's see now. Hold on. Studio mode. Figure this out. Turn this off. Wait, no. What's happening? What? What? Hoi 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 hoi. Hoi 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 hoi. Huh? Okay, okay. Now what? What's happening? No. Gaming. And then we turn this off and this on. I'm figuring it out. I should have done this before I hit start. Okay. Alright. Ready? How do I switch this? Wow, okay, yay! I did it! I'm here! We can test and see if I can stream with the model. If things start slowing down, I will put it away. Appreciate the early hangout. Hi, welcome, hello, how are you? It's me, hi, hello, I'm here. I did a lot over the weekend. I was grinding. I didn't sleep until 5 a.m. yesterday and last night. Yesterday and last night. And then I woke up at like 10 each time. So I've been getting like less than 5 hours of sleep the past few days because I've been grinding. And yeah, I've been going hard. Hey, it's so fun. I did some pretty scary things. I moved the base with Miswa's help. So now we live in a different part of the basin. Jaku, hello, welcome in. Went to the deep desert for the first time. Oh my goodness, I need to go to the deep desert too. I went to the Sheol. I went to Sheol. That was really scary. I died to radiation. What else did I do? I progressed a little bit for House Atreides. I want to do that this stream. I want to focus on story and quests so that I can grind off stream even harder, you know? This is the base. Holy heck, it's dark in here. My monitor is in high power iSaver mode. This is the base. Wait, hold on. I'll show you guys the outside first. Whoa! Oh. What's going on? Okay, it's just the thing. This is the outside. It's a work in progress. I wanted it on stilts, but I think I can switch the flooring now. Not flooring, the structural stuff now. I want to do that. This is the front door. Ooh, thank you for the hydrate. Everybody, you have to drink with me, okay? Okay, it's the desert. Oh, she's so pale. it's so hot out here. Look at me getting sunstroke. Hold on. Okay, now we're having sunstroke. Let's go inside. Front door. This cool thing. I didn't know what that was when I was building it. Hill counter, stop. I was just telling Misa that I need to have that as a counter. It was here at first, but then I moved it up one because I have all this space, but I'm building like so little. Anyways, when you turn here, immediately is our crafting refining station. I have a lot of stuff. Yeah. I need to know if I have water. Do I have any water? I do! We're almost at capacity. That's great. Alright. Then this I installed really late. This is the last thing I did. I wanted to have this balcony for this view. I also narrowed down my landing pad for my Wait, okay, I got my I got my ornithopter. It's my pride and joy. I love it so much. I haven't named it. We might name it. I'm gonna be so mad though if we lose it. I thought last night when I died to radiation, I thought I was gonna lose my ornithopter because I flew all the way down here somewhere and then I died to radiation. So then it was like I had left it out too because I was gathering stuff, and then so I died, right? And my ornithopter was like out, like sitting out in the open, and then I could respawn to it or respawn here, but this is a PvP zone and it's scary, so I opted for my ornithopter. I respawned here and I immediately died, instantly died from radiation, and I was like, oh no, I can't respawn here because because of the radiation. I was like, oh, I don't want to respawn here. That means I would have to respawn literally elsewhere in one of the trade posts. And I was like, oh no, oh no. I messaged my friend. I was like, hey, I may have messed up and I need help. Can you get back online? But then I respawned again at my vehicle and I was okay. Like, I didn't insta-die from radiation. So I think it was just like a one-time bug thingy. Yeah, I think I encountered a bug. Maybe we're all dying to radiation because you're just so rad. Oh my god. Okay, so my goodness. Let me drink water again. I just woke up. I think I'm a bit sleep deprived. I've been grinding. I still need to do these quests. I did, full disclosure, I did have to go here to get my parts. But I think I have to go there again because I didn't do any of the quests there, so I could do it on stream. I also have to go to the... I'm pretty sure I have to go to one of the cities. I'm not sure which. It's either Harco Village or... Oh, I have a quest in the thing too. I need to go to Harco.
Sector weather alert. A large sandstorm is approaching.
Yeah, well, I'm not going anywhere now. Hold on. Quests. What? What? I need to make iodine pills. Found ya? Oh my god, are you stream sniping me? I need to do... Oh my god. Your thing's loud! What do you want? Catch me! I would jump. I can't think, it's really loud. I'm gonna go into the corner. Oh no! Okay, I'll go this corner.
Sector weather alert. A large sandstorm.
You gotta hide.
Approaching.
The storm's coming. Oh, it's coming real fast. Hold up. Uh-oh. I hope you get your thing somewhere safe. Let's see. I need to go. How are you already outside my base? I just started. I just got here, buddy. Wreck of the Tisiphone. That's... I don't know where that is. I need to go... Where do I need to go? Is it here? Harco. No. Harco. Okay, 2 Harcos, 1 Arakeen. I don't know where. I guess since there's 2 quests in the Harco village, we'll just go there. Da 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 da. Da 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 da. Okay, let's go. Let's run. I love this space. Okay, hold on. Let's look at the second floor. I'm getting distracted again. I want to build something up here, but I'm waiting for Zen to catch up. Oh my god! Zen started playing too. I think he's also been grinding. And oh my goodness. All my friends are playing. I need to put the light here. It's dark. But this is I don't know. I just put furniture around. I really like it. This is where we extract. This is the watering station. Ignore that. And then I have an office here with my little Muad'Dib. Oh, what? Hey, come back! Show everyone your face. There he is! Oh my goodness. I should name him Timothy. Timothy Chalamet. Okay, we go. There's somebody over there that we need to interrogate anyway. I love this because I can just It's a super shortcut all the way to the trade post. Okay. Somebody here I need to interrogate. Is it you? Is it you? Is it you?
Still hanging around, are you?
Sorry. Sorry to bother you. Jeez, this. Maybe it's not here that I need to interrogate somebody. Maybe it's over there. Yeah, it's over there. So forgetful. Let's go to Harco.
Can I fly you somewhere today? Music to my ears. Where do you? Well, the Harkonnens love their docking fees.
Okay, I have money. I thought I didn't have any money, but I
on the roof.
do.
Let's get out of here.
Hoi, 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 hoi. Sometimes there's people that voice chat and I can hear them in game. It's really scary. I've been bowing to all the players that I see too. I don't know, it's just I rarely see them, so when I do, I'm like, it's me. I come in peace. Hello. I am also a fellow player like you. Please don't shoot. No, they can't shoot me. I found like two people having a conversation in Arakeen in the city, and I just like walked up to them and bowed. Decree signed. What is the decree? I can't see. I can't tell. Hello, where do I go? I know one of them's in the bar, so we're gonna have to be hearing that loud thing. The loud music. Okay, I guess we'll get it over with. Hi.
Welcome back.
Oh, it's not her. Okay. Who is it then? Suspicious. No, it's not you either. What the heck? Hello? Hello? Is it you? What? Oh. Oh. A contract made out to a group of sandflies to punish Sarah and Varlin, issued by Alara Tuick. Curiosity. I can't pull out my binoculars. Okay. I can't read it. Thank you for the welcome. I hope you're having a good day. Okay. Oh. Do we get to talk? Ooh, we get to talk to her again. Hello.
Oh, look. The kitten is back. Do we have business?
Wait, was it just right there? I have evidence you hired sandflies to harass. Oh no, this is for a different quest line. Sarah and Violet, I want answers.
Easy, kitten. You ought to buy me a drink before opening with a crazy rant like that. Who did what to whom?
On the contract, this leads straight to you.
Oh, perhaps not so
Yeah.
crazy after all. What would you like, a pat on the head?
Yes, please. Yes, please, pat me on the head. Let's start with you telling me who wants Sarah and Violet harassed.
I'm a professional intermediary. Even I do not know who
You
hired
guys
me
can't
to
see my
arrange this.
recruitment.
No,
what
you
is this
could
called?
escalate things.
My little
But
pointy
no
thing.
one would like the results of that. And you still wouldn't have answers. We could go through all that drama, or
Or
I could placate you by telling you exactly where to find the sandflies who did this. And you can wring what satisfaction you can from their necks.
very well, they took something precious to Violet. Where can I find them?
I've marked the location on your sync
I
chart.
want to fight people.
Their base is in the Para north of Haga Basin. Don't expect a warm welcome. And don't mention my name.
Bye. Okay. Now we find the other quest that's here. I don't remember what other, Oh, shoot! I should have done the other quests too because the trainers are here, huh? What's here? What is you? Hello?
Welcome. Would you like to deposit or withdraw Solari?
What's here? There's something behind here? Huh? What is this? Maybe it's on the second floor. I'm like so lost. Can I climb? Not allowed to climb the city walls. What are you? Oh, wait. Wait for what? Wait for what? What's here? Oh. We're waiting for a drug deal. This is a bad spot. Ask the black market trader about the missing smuggler. Oh. I have an idea. Is it you? Oh my gosh, the trainer.
Oh, we meet again. The rhyme of your stride betrays you.
Oh, regarding my task.
Yes?
A group of sandflies have your sword held. I know their
I see.
location.
Then I would like
Oh,
to
it's for
amend
this
our
guy.
contract. Bring back my sword hilt. Do what you must to the sandflies.
Someone contracted them through blah blah blah. Don't you want to know who?
All that matters is the sword
Wow, I
hilt.
just
It's all I have left of my
immediately said her name.
past. Please bring it to me. I will train you if you do.
Okay. Not very subtle, I guess. Ask the black market trader about the missing. Oh, wait. Where? Where are they? Hello? Is it you? No. What? Oh my god, the Harkonnen, propaganda. Oh, it's you! Hello!
Welcome back.
I'd like a Kirana brandy with a citrit twist.
That's a special drink. Fresh citrit juice is hard to come by on Arrakis.
I'll have spiced beer then.
Was there anything else with that?
I'm looking for a smuggler called Tuco. I've seen him around.
You're the second one
I
looking
suddenly
for
can't
people in
read.
the past week.
Who was asking?
I don't know and I don't want to know. I've got enough drama in my life dealing
Enough
with the
drama.
Harkonnens.
What did you tell
Same
them?
thing I'm gonna tell you. Most of my clientele don't want to be found. And I don't ever ask.
Sergeant Falk said you would. But I knew the passphrase. But I knew the passphrase. Why won't you give me intel?
Kara sent you, huh? I warned her about dealing with Tuco. He's as greasy as it gets. Tuco must have finally ripped off the wrong mark, and they want him dead. It's actually surprising it took this long.
I need to find him before that happens.
Tuco's a slippery bastard.
A
Won't be
slippery
easy if he doesn't
bastard.
want to be found. See that room at the back?
Yes.
Normally, I would advise anyone and everyone to stay the hell out of there if they like the skin on their bodies.
Oh. What's in the back room?
It's a Samut lounge. The smugglers use it to coordinate their Harko operations.
Does the beast permit that?
He doesn't have a choice if he wants to avoid pissing off Fenring any more than he already has.
Henry. Oh, it's cause the girl's there. Why are you sending me in there? What about rule 3?
The smugglers keep a ledger in there to coordinate dead drops. Tuco's in that book somewhere. If you want to find him, you need to walk into that back room like you belong there and check the book for yourself.
Okay.
It's written in code, of course. But if you can look it over and report back, I may be able to figure out where Tuco is holed up.
I'll give it a try. Find a book, find a book, find a book. A book. It's just out in the open. Held open by a sword. You spot the smuggler's call sign among a jumble of encoded coordinates. Nice. Return to... I got the book. I saw the codes. Look at these guys. See, I'm not as pale as them. Why are you leading in?
Welcome back.
Oh, okay. Not. I can't. Ah! Who do I report back to?
Welcome back.
Do I do this again?
That's a special drink. Was there anything else?
Oh,
Well, this is just an informed guess, but I'm pretty
Why
sure
did
that
it say
code
it was
refers
like-
to a dead drop on top of one of the rock spires in Jabal Ifrit.
it wasn't grayed out, so I thought I couldn't do anything, but I had to just do it again. She's sneaky. That's where I'll start my search. Oh, right. Anything else in this area? Nope. Did I bring my ship? Are Harkonnen cannibals? Yes. 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 A person! Oh my god. So they are your people! Listen! Do I look like I belong? I kinda do.
Can I fly you somewhere today?
Okay, where do I need to go? Let me make sure I don't have anything else here. That's why you're so bad. No! I was actually thinking about lore, and I was like, oh, maybe they kidnapped me and held me there in their jailer thingy, and then they kept me in the black tar that they bathe in, and that's why I'm so pale. I was like trying to justify it. She's a spy, Hark. I should have gone Hark and then defected, huh? Okay, I don't think I need anything else here. Yeah. Yeah. Arcane, Haga Basin. Alright, everything else is back at home.
Can I fly you somewhere today? Music to my... The basin is a
We're
pretty
gonna go
big
straight
place.
to
Could you
Crossroads
narrow it
because
down a
there's
little?
somebody there that I
Lily and
need
go back
to,
along. Ever seen a doctor get...
someone there I need to interrogate anyway. Bum 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 bum. Atlas, thank you for the hydrate. I don't know why that took so much effort. I have taken a sip, everybody. Hydrate as well. Shifting around to get comfortable. Oh my goodness. Did so much over the weekend. I did a lot of farming. I didn't want to stream it because it was mostly me gathering materials, running back to base, putting stuff into base, going back out and gathering more materials, and then this material and that material. It was a lot. Is it you? Is it you? Hello?
Salutations and greetings to you on this fortuitous meeting, my stranger and friend-to-be. I have a premonition. We shall be good friends.
Barnabas Brightmore, tell me about House Taligari.
We are a house of troubadours and mummers.
Troubadours? That's how it's pronounced?
Dancers, creatives, and innovators of stagecraft and performance technology.
Ooh,
House
theater
Taligari
kids.
practices the truest form of meritocracy. For artistic merit earns status and regard from our nobles and commoners alike.
Interesting. Tell me about your
Allow
homeworld.
me to transport your mind's eye to the unblemished beauty that is the planet of Artesia.
Ah,
a gorgeous
Artesia.
vacation spot that rivals Kitane.
What makes your planet so
House
idyllic?
Taligari achieves most of its wealth and standing through the creative arts, leaving our home
Even worse,
world
theater adult.
unspoiled by heavy mining or industry.
I'm a theater adult, I think. They have budgets. They have a whole planet to themselves. What do they say? Leave your home world unspoiled by heavy mining or industry. Whoa. Okay. Tell me about your house's history.
Our stage is set long ago, just after the Butlerian Jihad and the death of the thinking machines. Taligari is recognized as a house miner. At the time, we were known for creating anthems to inspire rulers and their soldiers to grand action. We were the soundscape of victory. We brewed creative art in our minds and hearts over the centuries. From exquisite operas to lowbrow comedy, we ruled the stage and the imagination.
Properly appreciated arts?
It is 3684 AG. An ominous meteor enters the stage. It collides with our former home world. Thankfully, most of the population was evacuated.
Oh, so you didn't mine it and it all went to waste, huh? That's unfortunate. I thought mentats would have helped with that. Huh. How did your people survive?
Hadashah Emperor Hayek Corino II, famed for his appreciation of the
Corino.
arts over politics and warfare, awarded House Taligari with 9 fief planets.
They have 9 planets
Perhaps
to themselves.
this was due to appreciation for the opera composed in his honor. In any case, we were promoted to the status of a house major.
Wow. That is quite the reward. Or creative pursuits.
All it takes are leaders who give the proper appreciation to such
Singer
fare.
wasn't listening. Tell me about
My
yourself.
name, which tastes like
My
sweet
name.
applause to my ears, is
Oh my
Barnabas
God.
Brightmorn, a jongleur serving my
Jongleur.
lieges of House Taligari
What?
with dedicated panache.
Jongleur. Hold on. Hold on. Next tab. Wait. Jongleur. An itinerant minstrel. Itinerant. Traveling from place to place. Oh. Interesting. Amazing. Okay. Oh wait, it's right there. What?
Aha!
Ah.
We are the Paragon entertainers and troubadours of the Imperium.
You
singing,
sing troubadours.
acting, performing plays and operas across the known universe. By our so potent art, we can transfer emotions so that the audience feels what we and our portrayed characters feel in absolute immersion.
And now you represent your house in the Landsrad.
An audience is an audience, and all the universe is a stage.
So what's a performer of your caliber doing in the Crossroads trade post?
Ah, I am ever rapacious for new audiences to
Rapacious.
woo and wow and entertain.
All these big words. Yes. Aggressively greedy or grasping. I'm ever rapacious for new audiences to... Wow. Okay, kind of a tough audience out here, eh?
Just the earth salt that requires entertaining the most. I can work any crowd.
Surely other reasons bring you here.
I have certain discreet trifles to attend to.
Oh.
More importantly, I wish to meet Zoe.
Oh, it's personal.
Oh, do you not listen to Five Nights at Carthage? Wonderful show.
Five
There is a
Nights at
character based upon
Carthage.
Zoe, whom I adore. And now I shall meet the real thing.
Oh my goodness. Who? Zoe's this?
Been a while since a new face showed up around here. Welcome to Crossroads. There ain't no cross or roads, but the name persists. I'm Zoe. Used to be from Caladan. Now, I'm just another lost soul trying to get by on sand and sufferance.
Her voice sounds familiar. I'm also from Caladan.
Really? Did you also get branded a traitor by the Atreides and forced to hide out in a concrete bunker next to a radiated hellhole? Just wondering.
No. But this is so funny.
Oh, I highly recommend it. Best place for an ace pilot is here, stuck under a rock. Look, don't mind me. Tell me how I can help you.
Okay. I want to know about her. I don't know. I want to know about Five Nights at Carthage.
Who is anyone, really? Who I was is gone. The past is the past. But today, I'm your friendly trade post proprietor.
Are you two together? Oh.
That lump? Yep. Big Bear and me been co-pilots for a while now.
Wait, who?
But let me tell you, I'm the one doing the navigating.
Oh. Oh, okay. He seems nice.
I know what you mean. I may love every bit of him, but he's ex-Harkonnen, right?
Okay, wait. So
Okay,
she's
look,
not talking about.
They don't tend to improve a mirror.
Valentin is a deserter.
No, technically, he's dead.
She's not pale.
At least according
Look
to
at
the
this.
Harkonnen. I'm the deserter. Stolen Atreides transport and bought our way into the smugglers.
Who are the smugglers?
Smugglers. It's been 7 years of hard war, and the only side profiting from the chaos
No, I wasn't
are
talking
those
about how pale she was. I was
bastards
talking
living
about
by their own
how
rules of
correct her
fallen light.
her skin was with the lighting in here. Yes, there's no pale in here. It's only in the light when she steps out into the sun. Stop! Fallen light.
Fallen Light's a crash ship the smugglers retrofitted into a super secret desert base. Except, it ain't that secret.
Where is that?
What's on your mind?
Okay, I'll just... Okay. Alrighty. I still need to... Wait, who's... Is it you? You two are together. You're ex-Harko. No? Who am I interrogating? Hello?
Hey, friend, what can I do you for, huh?
Oh my god, this accent. I need information.
That's so. Maybe it's old Trip's lucky day. Information is like currency, right? As valuable as gold or spice. Well, maybe not spice.
He sounds...
What you offering?
I got 50 bullets. If I put them in your belly, will you oh my god. If I call the Sardaukar, you won't be worth the water cooling your bones. You're the only one on this planet who can help me, please. These are both threats? And then this is like, please help me. I don't know. I'm feeling kind of whimsical after talking to that theater adult. You're the only one who can help me.
Oh. Wow, it's been so long since I heard a polite word. I forgot I missed it. Yeah.
Shit,
I'll
the
tell you
change is
anything.
hilarious. It is.
Everyone knows you can trust old Trip, huh?
What did the Sandflies hire you to recover from the Catheria wreck?
You know, yeah, it's just medical supplies to take to...
Trip?
Alright, don't be that way.
Alright,
It wasn't
alright.
medical supplies. I don't know what it was. Honest, it kind of thing that attracts scary folk. You know what I mean?
What kind of scary folks?
Someone called the Red Scorpion got in touch with the Sandflies to hire me to transport the cargo.
I killed that guy already.
It's no questions asked kind of vibe. You know what I mean?
I know what you mean.
Word on the wind is serious
Word.
folk are after this. Crime lords, spies, maybe even Imperials.
Please remind
That's all I know.
his voice acting
Swear
good.
to spice.
Swear to spice.
Alright. I heard the rumour that this Red Scorpion can be found at an old testing station.
I've
So,
already been there.
Can I go now? My cargoes won't smuggle themselves.
Goodbye. Alright, fine. Oh, this guy's gone. There was somebody here. Oh, their body's right there. That's the head. Oh, they died. Okay. Deliver cutlery. Why didn't I make one of those? Oh. Are you serious? Okay. Let's go back to the crossroads. I hope I brought my ship. Sage, hello! I'm good, how are you? I'm a bit sleep deprived. I didn't sleep till like 5 a.m. and then I woke up at 10. Scary worm noises are happening. Good thing I won't be going there. Look guys, I have a ship! I have a plane and I can fly! You trust me to be your pilot? You should, because I'm really good at flying. Until I start nosediving. I'm actually a better pilot than I am a driver. Let's go. Oh god. Level out. Fear not. I know what I'm doing. I know what I'm doing. We're going at 163 kilometers per hour. Altitude 600. Temperatures 22. Sun is setting. Looking good. Look at us. We're already here. We're gonna land right here. Softest landing ever. Don't you feel safe and secure with me as your pilot? Haha. Here. We're gonna go for the stash after this. Hello. This lady is a mentat. She's kind of heartless, but it's fine.
I did not calculate seeing you today.
Oh, here's my report. We're looking for someone called the Red Scorpion.
I have a dossier
I've
on
already
that
dealt
pseudonym.
with him.
His real name is Turgan Hauer.
She has a lot of lists, and apparently we're on them, but none of them are relevant to her current objective right now. So, yeah. How do we find?
Based on his normal patterns of observed activity, his most probable location currently is Desert Testing Station number 14.
Got it.
Raid the station.
Got it.
That would be advisable. My prediction on his location loses accuracy with every minute that passes.
She's so... I like her, but There's reasons not to like her, but I like her. That makes sense. Level up. Level 140, y'all. I don't remember what level I was when I last streamed. I think I was 100 or under. But I've been grinding. Yeah? Please get me out of the the PvE zone. Get me out of the PvE zone. Or whatever zone it is. Speaking, we are off. $140, yeah. I want to land on that, but like maybe. Wait, why does it look like you can land on it? It had like a platform up there that was like all lit up and stuff. Do we think it is on the ground? Is it here? No, it's on the ground. Ah. Hello. The sash is nowhere to be found. Ah! Traces to detect. Scan the area for clues. Ah, shoot. Do I have a handheld scanner? I don't. I'll just have to use my plane. There's a player here. Hello. I'll come in peace. Oh no. Oh no, don't tell me I need a scanner, like an actual handheld one, and that might... Maybe it's above. Maybe it's above. Come on. Come on. Come on. This guy's going up there too. These signs. I don't need a scanner, for sure. If it's very obvious like that, right? Right? Here it is. No? No? Aha! Not it either. Oh. Oh, sorry about that, buddy. I do think I need a scanner. I'll take the loot then, I guess. What do we have? Not a scanner. Unlucky. Yeah, let's go back. This is for the trooper. Luckily, I think I have one laying around. Otherwise, it should be pretty cheap to make anyways. I want to get as much done as possible so I can grind off stream. Bum, bum, bum. I also want to test, how is stream with my model? Is it okay? Is it laggy? Is it stuttering? Am I moving okay? Everything works perfectly. Lovely. Yeah, 2x2 platform is big enough. Let's make a... Wait, let's see if I have one. Here? I don't. Oh well. Handheld. Is it a life scanner I'm looking for or a resource scanner? Probably this because this world becomes so much smaller with the copter. It's amazing. There's the open desert too, or the deep desert. I don't need. Why do I have so much ore on me? Okay. Let's go. Open the door. Back to where we were before. I want to get the big copter so I can fly my friends around. Oh, something crashed over there. I can fly around with my friends. Woo! Okay, let's scan. It had to be the handheld scanner. Footprint no longer perceptible to the human eye. Lead into the Hagar Rift. What? What? Huh? Okay. So nothing up there, I guess. Let's go. I don't like how loud the copter is. That's the only other thing. It's just super noisy compared to the rest of the sounds. Oh my goodness. Don't tell me I need a radiation suit because I just put it away. Let's go get it, just in case. I like that. Back to the base. Increasing altitude to 600 m. Is that meters? I think that's the base.
Sector weather alert.
Oh no.
A large sandstorm is approaching.
In 4 hours? That's not the base. Why is it dusty where the base is? It's a really interesting flying water sealed. Flying this because it's like you hover pretty slowly and then you glide to go fast. Where did I put my radiation suit? Da 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 da. Whoops, wrong button. You don't need my blood extractor because I'm not. I don't have any this on me. I do need water. Just in case. Where's the storm? It said 4 hours. Okay. I think we're good to go. There's no storm. Well, maybe I should make an iodine pill if there's going to be radiation in there. You think? Where would it be? Here? Here. Agave seeds! Where to get? Distant ancestors or fruits of the Arakeen agave contain a large mass of seeds, which are put to many uses by those who already have who have ready access to them. I've never seen. Is there an option for Imperial system? Would it be under gameplay? No? PvP area? Oh, gosh, I don't want to go to a PvP area. I feel like there's players online right now too. It's kind of scary. Kinda scary. I mean, Seraph's online. And then we saw that other person. And then that person in the city. Maybe it's an accessibility. Nope. Camera shakes. I'll leave that on. I don't think there is. Okay, let's go. Got me radiation suit out. Hold on. Alrighty. Cruising at 165 kilometers per hour. Kilometers. I don't even know how fast miles are. Wait, did I pass it? I did. Alright, time to descend. Wherever this is. This doesn't look like where I was before. Whoa! Is it here? 100 kilometers, about 60 miles per hour. Oh, that's not very fast. What do you mean? Okay, let's just go down. I swear I saw a camp. Like an outside entrance. What? Is that what I saw? Have I been lied to? Did I see incorrectly? Was it just a figment of my imagination? Don't shoot at my ship, please. It was expensive and hard to get. Wait, oh my god, okay, hold on. Okay, wait. Oh, this is the testing station. Do I go in there anyway? Oh, don't do that.
Enemy spicy.
Oh my god.
I've got you covered.
Oh my goodness. Hey, your enemy's back there. Okay, let's go in here anyway. I have a feeling it'll take us to where we need to go anyway. Unless I'm absolutely delusional. Is it gonna take me to where? No, it's going the opposite way. And it seems like I've already unlocked it, so we're not gonna go here. So then I don't need my radiation suit. And I went back for nothing. Whoops. Oh look, she's Nikki. Okay. It's fine. If we encounter radiation, we'll be ready. Yeah? I'll just find where it is now. Likely in the cavern. This guy has 2 worm statues. I like that skill. I wanna level it up. Is the Widowmaker grappling hook? And I can use it more frequently than my bending sprint. Whee! Now we bending sprint to the right direction. What the heck? Okay, it's directly under me. Can we also have an Overwatch counter? Listen, I have obsessions that need to be talked about, or I go crazy, okay? I'm gonna lose my mind if I don't talk about Overwatch. Whee! Clearly. Listen. You put some respect on Overwatch. Just kidding, even I don't. There's people fighting here and I'm scared. Maybe they'll already be dead. Maybe. What's this? Ellie's distracted again. It's a different part of the mining facility. You have to go lower. Oh! There is radiation! Ayy. Ayy. Whoa. Is anyone here experiencing nausea? Their skin falling off? What are the other symptoms of radiation poisoning? Oh gosh. Is that somebody's bike? Just leave your bike up here? Okay. Completed. Is that all we needed to do? Search Tuco's remains. Where are you? Where's his remains? Oh, he fell? Oh no, he's... Oh. Oh. We didn't do a very good job at preventing this, huh? The smuggler's corpse is marked by ink vine. Seems their dealings with the slavers ended badly. Report back to Kara. Should we go further? Real cute. Ooh, wait, there's a chest down there. Hey. Oh. That's poison. Poison and radiation? I have a thing for that. Can't believe I'm using it for this, though. Is it not going away? It's not going away. Ooh, Callie's breaker. Oh, there was no radiation down there. Okay, time to go. We have to go back to Kara, who is in... Okay, I need to get out of here before I die. There's people here.
Where's my backup? Need to reload.
See, it's like the enemies immediately know you're there when you hit one of them. Who's that? Is that a player? I don't think they're just fighting. A couple NPCs going at it. Alright. We look at our quests. Latte. We do these before we go back because I think these will all make us go to the city, and I don't want to have to. I don't have to keep going back and forth. Western Comms, where's that? Oh wait, that's the Scorpion. Where's Western Comms? Ah, got it. So we're gonna do this one first. Red Scorpion first. I wish I could like track quests from the map. I think it was an Atreides mission. Oh my goodness. My tummy rumble. Come on. to find fuel. Next time I'm somewhere like base, I need to grab a fuel cell or a fuel thingy. Did you eat brekkie? No, I usually skip breakfast. Stop by mine if you need. Where's your base at? Are you streaming? Aren't you streaming? Look at your map real quick and show me where you're... Oh. You are around... Where the heck is that? You're around here. I think? Yeah, around here. Thank you! You stream snipe me, I stream snipe you back. I know where you live, Seraph. How was it? Oh, too high. Okay. You're a bit too far from me right now. I think my base is closer than yours. I'm ally. Watching you play is making the itch to play even worse. You're almost off work. Just a little bit longer. A little bit longer and you can play. Eat the worm. Freaking rocks. Why don't we live up here? Why don't more of us live out here? There is... I recall this place not being too hard, so... I also don't think there's any radiation. It's just a hole in the ground. Let's put our armor on. I think I started latte. She ran off. Oh my god, she's naked. Don't look. Then I can go be worm food. Yeah. Non-nutritious worm meal. Wait, isn't worm meal a real thing? Hi. It didn't work. It's me! Oh my god, how dare you dodge? I announced myself too, so you'd know I was there. Die! Alright, let's go. Ooh. Maybe let's go a little carefully. This is not the entrance. I have been bamboozled. Oh, it's right there. Did I do this yet? I think I entered a different way. Do these both lead to the same place? Oh no, this isn't even open. Haha. Haha.
Greetings.
Welcome to
from Hasselself, Director of Desert Testing Station number 142.
142.
The mission of Station 142 is to explore this planet's seismic and volcanic history and outlook. We're further responsible for running extensive mineral surveys.
All the facilities are so easy to get lost in. I feel like they're very linear. I spy. I have no comeback for that. I'm not an Imperial dog, though. Am I? Existential crisis activated. Wow! Don't don't throw a grenade at me. I'm scared. Quit throwing grenades! You're ruining the facility, the structure. We're underground. I'm looting now, which means we'll need to go home, which is fine. Do I have ammo? Plenty. We have plenty of ammo. Does the shield protect against explosions? I want to say yes, but I don't think so.
Shields up!
Ah! Stop it!
Cover me! Reloading!
Ah! Stop trying to burrow dart me!
Cover me!
How do you die from that? This is... Okay. The slowest swing. Not even a full slice, just like a go weak limp swing.
Who's there?
Oh my goodness, there's so many of you.
I got hostile!
Ah, slow one. Okay, wait. One at a time. One at a time. I know you're all excited to see me. Ow. Okay, wait. wait. One more time, one more time. Wait. One more time. Ow, wait, that's the slow one. Don't do that. That's not what we rehearsed. You gotta make me look cool for stream. What the hell? Alright, one of you. It didn't work! Come here. That's the wrong skill! I know how to play, I swear. Why isn't it working? What's going on? It's not working! Okay, there's one person up here. I can play with you. Hello! Don't throw grenades. Oh, you missed. Oh my goodness. Why are you all throwing grenades? No! Stop trying to... Stop it! You guys encounter the burrowing dart thingy? Dodging will help. These paid actors are fired. How dare you give me a hard time. What am I getting? Oh. I thought I was unlocking drops and it's just Stream Elements telling me that I have a sponsorship for something. One of you, come here. What is happening? Come here. Oh, but it worked. Did it? I think he's down here. Yeah, he was down there. He has a rocket launcher! That wasn't in the budget. What? I leveled up. Catch this! Okay, there's two of them. I can do this. Especially now that you came up here. Thanks for that. Next. Get hit by a grenade for science. No. I'm scared. Oh, look, a shield. In case mine breaks from testing granadas. It's okay, guys. I can microdose on explosions. And then one day I'll be fully immune to a nuclear bomb. Right? That's how it works. That's how it works, right? What is this? Power.
We had a good thing going here, but you pushed it too far. You started to
I already
believe your own
listened.
speeches.
But for you guys.
I thought you were smarter than that.
Oh gosh.
Well, I was in Harko yesterday, and I overheard a pair of Harkonnen officers talking about the movement and mentioning the Red Scorpion. Not the sand flies, but the Red Scorpion
Do
specifically.
micro explosions in the bathroom?
I know you like the attention.
Girl!
And now you're going to reap what you sow.
I don't know about that.
If you're lucky, the house troopers will find you before the horde of Solari-hungry mercenaries. Me, I'm going back to the smugglers. Good luck, Red Scorpion.
Misa. Oh no, this looks like a fight. Oh, okay. So far so good. I don't need ammo because I haven't shot a single dart.
Who's there?
It's me!
Shields up!
I need backup!
Oh. Why? Why? What? Ah! Please, it's hot. It's hot in here already.
Shields up!
You heckin' bitch.
With the acquisition of those schematics,
Of course they don't
we should be able to begin full-scale fabrication of both Atreides and Harkonnen weaponry.
I want to get
How
these, but they're so
fitting
heavy.
that their own designs will be turned against them. Of course, the acquisition of enough scrap or raw materials needed to produce
I have so
sufficient
many of these
weapons
already, though.
would
Hold
risk
on.
drawing
Let's
unwanted
reload
attention.
everything.
Fortunately, the caves below are proving a rich source of most of the mineral resources required. In that, we see the superior planning of our great leader. With the Red Scorpion's guidance, we will soon have
They were
the
just
heavy
hanging
weapons
out
and
here.
fighting
Whoa.
vehicles we need to start the revolution in earnest. In the name of the people.
In the name of the people. Stop. I feel like my sword is a little weak, but as long as they're dying. Anybody here? Hello? Make yourself known. Hello? Huh? Wah!
Where is everybody?
Oh, there's so many people over there. One of you come here. Yeah. Come to me. What up, fellow worm food? Hi, then. Reload. Stop shooting. Did I get everything? I didn't really look on this side. What's up, Wormy? That's cute. I love that. Whoops. Hold on. Okay, ready. I want to use my 2D model, but it's not ready. Would you guys mind if it's like super scuffed? Hi, it's me.
Fine. I need reinforcements.
Oh, that's slow. Okay, wait. One more time. I just want to see it. It's pink too. I changed. Don't do that. Don't stop doing that. I I changed the colors. Okay, next stream. Next stream I'll do the live I'll do the 2D one. So much water. So much water. Fill my containers. Water, free water. Oh, another one.
Our time is near.
I like this speech.
And while the Harkonnen and Atreides enjoy the privileges of Canley to indulge their ancient feuds, workers die in the fields, gathering the very wealth that supports them.
I feel
us, they
empowered,
are nothing.
even though
They
I'm
are few,
part of the problem.
We are legion. We are the people. And in the name of the people,
I'm people
I say it's
too.
time they take warning. It is time they learn this is Arrakis. Anything that you tread upon can be lethal. When a scorpion is ground beneath a heel, it strikes back.
Are
and
legion.
Its sting is deadly. Soon we will have the strength to show them.
It's a cool
Soon
monologue.
We will have the strength to strike. And
Very
strike
passionate.
We will. In the name of the Red Scorpion, in the name of the Sandflies, and in the name of the people.
Yeah! Let's go! Good monologue. Yeah, propaganda is GG. I will fall for it. I will I will not defect. But I am. What is the? Is it moralized? No. What is it called? What's the opposite of demoralized? Hey guys, I'm here to kill you. It's a cool speech cheerleader game though. Moral boost. Yeah. Rallied. I feel rallied. I love it. Not on the same side, but I love the spirit. Chuck is so smart. Chuck is so smart. Chuck has the brain cell right now. Whoa. Not very structurally sound. I will be writing you all up to your superiors. No! Stop it! You gotta parry, not parry, you gotta hit something I can parry. You guys ever hire grunts? You gotta make sure that they're mute. Otherwise, they just reveal themselves all the time. I have no clue if rallied was even the right word, but take the chance. It is the right word. It's the thing that Junker Queen. Overwatch again. It's the thing that Junker Queen does that makes her teammates go faster and gives them shields too. 24%. Unfortunately, you are above a 20, so I cannot reroll for you. 35% cute. You're cuter than you are. You guys are always cute. This is extra. Like extra. I should set the minimum to 100, so that it'll be 100 and something percent. You know. Propaganda is useless. Where's the Overwatch counter? That's like 3 right there.
There's someone here.
It's me. Come to me. Don't get stuck. Where's my reinforcements? He shouldn't be able to talk. Come on, he's stuck. Ah! Am I taking damage from the stuff? I can't see where I'm shooting. So don't do that. one of you... Oh, he's already dead. Look at this idiot. Yeah! I saw he was about to do the thing too. Oh my gosh. Pulling out the gun is so dangerous. I think the only thing I would be sad about for this season is not getting the Sombra highlight reel. You should get it. It's pretty it's pretty early on in the battle pass too. I really wanted the epilogue titles because they're funny, but I doubt I'll get them now. I haven't been grinding. Oh my gosh. Okay. There's so many people. The guy's stuck. That one's a heavy gunner. Regular gunner. There's someone here. Turns around and walks away. That would be me. Come here. There's so many. One at a time. What the hell? Ah! Whoa! That's not very nice.
Shield engaged.
Shields on.
Oh my god, there's so many of them. Backing up, backing up. One at a time. I can't see. Shoot me. Yeah. No, honestly, if there is spammer. It's fine, because when they're using it, they don't have shields up, so just shoot them from a distance. Teehee. Any cool loot? This is if you lose your gun. Wow, okay. Where's the guy? A little further in, I guess. More of these in case mine breaks, but I think I'm pretty set on mine. Nothing in the outside. Hey! What? Let me check. Double check one more time. Yeah, I don't see a little replay thingy. The voice thing. Hey! Die! Another one! Don't look at me. Is he aiming at me? Sneaking. I'm not here. Ah! Why would you shoot though?
Attack! I see someone.
No, you don't!
Someone's here.
That's the poison dart. I hate that one. You go out first. They might know. I have a suspicion that there's someone here. That's somebody? That's somebody. They're not coming down though. You scared? Whoa, that hurt. Hey. Don't do that! Whoa, aim. Oh gosh. Why would you use it from that far away? Oh my god. Use it. Ah! Too close, too close, too close, too close. Yeah. Okay. Where is he? Who uses a flamethrower in the desert? I already get heat stroke in the sun. No, now I have to face a flamethrower. Whoops. I didn't heal. People who think they're hot. Who's that? It's me. It's me. You're a little too far out in the open. Okay. Should be a couple more. Get him. Oh my gosh, there's 3 more, 4 more. I don't like that. Don't shoot. The head. Crouch so you don't get sniped. I see someone. There's someone here. I love when it's accurate, but it isn't always. Oh, it's the guy. It's the guy. It's the guy. It's the guy. Whoa! Interference. Whoa! Whoa! Okay, that didn't parry. One more time. He's dead. You can tell he was the guy because he didn't have a helmet on. Oh my god, I'm on fire. It's a hit, it's a hit, it's a hit, it's a hit. Go around the corner. They ring around the rosy. Stop throwing things at me! Where is... Hey. Okay. Hahaha. We did it! Pretty sure this was the red scorpion. Why are things... Oh, because you're still alive. Hey. Done. I guess I should start taking ammo because I'm using my guns now. Woo! Almost landed right in the fire. Haha. Here. Delivery report. Sword. I don't know what this is for, but I don't have a lot of it, so I'm gonna grab that.
It's all gone bad. How did I not see this coming? I should have kept it small. Worked in the shadows. Tanks and doctors. What was I thinking? Of course that was going to draw attention. Now it's just like the Duke's household all over again. I wanted to rise too far. Too fast. And wouldn't my old comrades like to get a hold of Turgenhauer again? I might be better off left to the tender mercies of the Harkonnen. Look, I'll find a way out of this. I mean, I always do. Maybe I can sell them out. Yeah. Make them think Norin is the man they're after. I mean, he's the kind of fool who'd happily die in my place if he thought it would help the cause. Yes.
Norin.
Yeah, that might work. I'm gonna have to work fast, though.
Why do they record these and just incriminate themselves? I mean, yes, for lore. From an outsider's perspective, sure. But... Loot! No loot. Where loot? What? You don't record your inner monologues? I tried to, and then when I listened to them again, it didn't make any sense. It didn't make any sense. This is the closest you guys will get to an inner monologue. At least streams are the closest you'll get. I had no idea what I was saying. I tried to do, what is it called, like it's an audio diary, not a video diary because it didn't have video, but it was just me talking. So like yeah, a diary of sorts. It didn't make any sense. I think I had like 5 different sentences going off at once and I didn't finish any of them. Kind of like what happens on stream too. At least you guys get some gameplay to distract from that.
From Hasselself, Director of Desert Testing.
In the future, they'll be collecting LA stream VODs from the ruins and rubbles, and nothing makes sense. Absolutely nothing. Okay, where to next? This Andrea Gannon, so she's back here at least. It's close by. We'll go there first, and then we'll do this and these.
I see some.
No, you don't. What's up? Let me in. Let me in. Oh my gosh. Sometimes so loud. Hold on. Getting into the ornithopter is a little bit tricky sometimes. Like sometimes it doesn't show you, and sometimes the command. Look at Godzilla. Whoops. Sometimes the command is too confusing. Like it'll say F to do this and hold F to do that, but it won't say E to get in. So when I was in the sand and a worm was coming, I was trying to get in my ornithopter and I kept spamming F and it wouldn't let me in. So I almost got eaten and lost my ornithopter. We need fuel if we're gonna be flying around. That's not fuel. Let's just use this up and then grab another one. Can you jump out of the... I think so. And then it just free falls. I don't want to test it because this is precious to me right now. It's brand new. I don't want to lose it already. Put our stuff away. recycle some of these. I don't know what they are. 4-man ground car. Ooh, for a buggy. I mean, I guess it would it would what am I trying to say? It'll save on materials. Is that mine? I don't think that's mine. Did I just scrap my shield? No, I didn't. Everything also looks good. Nothing is about to break. We can go. Wait, let's drop this off here. Everything looks good. At least he didn't misclick that. No, I was on the ground. I was like right here. I was like here. I was here. The worm was coming, and my thopter was in open sand, and I was pressing F for quick deposit, and it wouldn't let me in. And then I was like trying to hold F, and it wouldn't let me in. Oh, I could have just done that. Hold F and up. Okay, well now I know. But E and F look very similar, okay? And E and F look very similar when you're panicking. So in the moment, it could have been bad. Oh, I'm a good toilet. Whoa. No! I didn't put my ornithopter away fast enough. I wish there was a shortcut for emptying your hands, you know? Report to Andrea Gannon. I killed him.
I did not calculate seeing you today.
Here's my report. There's evidence of a canister taken from the wreck. What?
Let me see what you have. Your work continues to impress. Notations of payments made, and a notation of delivery to the Stone Sentinel.
Stone Sentinel? That sounds familiar. What's the next move?
Things will move more swiftly now.
Oh.
Get to the Stone Sentinel and gather intel regarding this canister.
I'm on my way. The Sandflies seem intent on using whatever they found on the Catheria in their spice mining operations at the Stone Sentinel. This may be our final chance to recover the contents of whatever is left of them. Explore the base there and see what you can find with all due haste. Got it.
Do this, and I will bring you into deeper strata of intrigue, with all of the dangers and rewards that come with it.
Yeah! Let's go. Teehee. How much money do I have on me? I don't want to die without... Oh, 8,000 is not that much. Enter the Sandflies base. Stone Sentinel, that sounds familiar. I think I went in there too for a different thing. I want to be a trait. Okay, we're level 3. I want to be level 5 or 4, I think. That's gonna take a while. Where is it? It's this. Aha. Okay, here, and all this. long as I keep myself busy, I won't think and not think about food, I can keep streaming. I can keep playing Dune. Dun, dun, dun. Is it this? It's this. Yeah, you absolutely can exit while in the air, and it does that. For science, we tested it out. Enter. Now what? Track down the container. It's Ellie! Woo! I was out of that! Oh my god, 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 oh my god. Wait. Hurts. I need my stamina back. Die! Did you throw it over there? I was busy laughing. Okay, big guy. Let's go. You first. Die! Stop! No! Look at you go! Look at me go! I'm killing him! Any loot? Any good loot? No fear. I'm a brave bud now. I'm running in. Sword out. I think it was the cape. Now that I don't have a cape, I feel braver. Yeah? It's like when you have to play with a certain skin on Overwatch to win.
What's your purpose, Imperial?
There's someone here.
What's your purpose here?
Imperial.
Why did you hit me? Overwatch will put. Look. I'm gonna explode if I don't talk about Overwatch. What do you mean?
I see someone.
Oh my goodness, there's two of them. Hey. It would be okay if I got rid of one of them. Oh, he was back to normal. Hey. So I can shoot from afar then. I can't tell if I... Oh no. I swapped sides again.
Sector weather alert. A large sandstorm is approaching.
How did I undo it before? There you go. It's comma. Okay. One of you. Yeah! Time to grapple and shoot them all flying through the air. I don't have a street noise move. I should make a spit dart, huh? Don't do it. Yay! Level up. Ooh, I'll take that. But I know I've been here before. They have a spice refinery somewhere. Oh. Give me your spice. I want your spice. Okay, I'm lost now. I don't know where I am. Time to grapple. Oh wait, I read that. Beyonce level up song? What? I don't know what that is. I don't know the Beyonce song. Am I not cool anymore? Guys, am I still cool if I don't know the Beyonce song? I need water. Ah! I got sniped. From where? Oh, up there. Because it looked like it was from there. Your water is mine. Actually, I don't have a blood thingy, so... Yeah. Whoop, whoop, blah. Ammo. Oh, I do need to start picking up ammo. Beyonce, that singer from the late 1900s? The early 2000s, right? We don't talk about time here, it's not real. Come on. I sing my own shit just for a silly joke. No. Time isn't real. Time doesn't exist here. Where's the loot? Bunnies don't age. No. Neither does chat. There's a time signature. Oh, I have it off because it's not real. See? I don't know when people say anything. Time doesn't exist here. Do you have a name for your fans, followers? I have no idea. I think I called everyone my cuties before, but Dreamers is also fine. I don't know. Anything, whatever.
We need to recruit some medical
my
people
friends
into the movement. A real physician would be nice, but any sort of chemist or medic would be a star.
Oh my god.
And there's not a lot we can do for them out here. The whole crew that flew off with
How are you, my cute worm meals?
Have come down sick. Some of them are in a real bad way. People are blaming that bad spice that's supposed to be going around. No one wants to go near them now. Poor souls.
Something about bad spice. Okay. Well, I was supposed to find something. Oh, here. Whoa. Do you even spice, bro? All of that stuff, like, community names, I'll work on when I'm actually back. When I'm ready. For now, it's just whatever. You guys are just my friends. My cutie patooties. What goes further? Report to Andrea Gannon. This is a lot of back and forth. There's more though. It goes deeper though. Maybe there's more loot. Whoa, they spawned. Wow. Is this the way I came from? I hit my head! There's nothing up there. Oh my god, game. What? 3 times the charm. Or whatever that saying is. Okay. Well. I don't know what this way is.
I see someone.
Hello. Stop that! My power generator is starting to break. Hopefully this also leads outside. Oh, ping 600. Wow. I don't know if that's me or if it's the game. Kind of scary though. Whoa.
They're coming!
Do not dodge because you're still gonna die. We made it to the outside. I spy.
Someone's
Imperial takes attack.
Stream didn't like, so probably game servers. Ah! Did I take damage from that? I can't tell. You first. So if I can hit them a second time fast enough, I can end it quicker. I think that's it for loot. Time to go. There's so much space here. What do you mean not possible to place vehicle? What? Back is this way. Look at that person's build. Refuel midair. Because I can do that, apparently. There's the base. Looking kind of unfinished, but it's fine. Making our descent. See if we can do this fast enough. Yeah! Oh, I can't use my grip, my Shio wire here. Whoa. These guys look different. Hey!
I did not calculate seeing you today.
All I could find was some spice residue from the shipping canister.
Interesting. Let's see what you have. That does fit the profile of the Sandfly's illegal spice trade. A possible dead end, but I will have the sample tested. I calculate you're ready to participate in a deeper level in the game I play. Congratulations.
Wow. What now?
Your work has been exemplary.
Exemplary.
I've put in a good word with my mentor, Thufir Hawat, Mentat to Duke Leto Atreides.
Ooh.
I want you to visit him in person.
Ooh. You sound like you admire him greatly.
He is the finest man I know.
Ooh.
The perfect Mentat. He has all the pertinent details of our investigation, but I'd like you to mention one more thing.
What is that?
I've built a strong case against the man most likely responsible for all of these deaths, an influential and respected businessman in Arrakeen.
What's his name?
Ambrose Lucifera, scion of a minor house of the same name. I've collected evidence
seen
of
someone
corrupted
with that
business
name.
ventures and a connection to Captain Skorda. What's more, he knows several of the victims of the tainted spice and has been in contact with a Harkonnen agent. I intend to put a stop to this.
Alrighty.
I'd like Thufir's permission to eliminate Ambrose Lucifera with extreme prejudice. He's on Arrakis briefly, so our window of opportunity is small.
Eliminate Ambrose Lucifera with extreme prejudice. I hope I get to do it. Should we be so quick to assassinate? Yes. Kill them all. This Ambrose should be eliminated at once. Report at once to my superior Thufir Hawat. He is not only my mentor, but the finest Mentat and man I know. I wonder if we'll get Mentat training from him.
You have my every confidence.
Yay! Where is he? In the city? I'm not gonna hesitate to ask permission to assassinate someone. When can we talk to Duncan? Hey man. Hey man. Ooh. Okay. Wait. Master of Assassins. Eee. Okie dokie. We're doing yeah, so it's in Arrakeen, which I think I also have another quest in Arrakeen, so that's that's what is the word? Convenient. Yes. This one's also in Arrakeen. Good, good, good. Okay, now I'm not building this. This is expensive. Mascaret. Also in Arrakeen. Whoa, okay. 3 quests in Arrakeen. Let's do whichever one's closest to here then. Which would be this. Tormented Soul. Contract. Tormented Soul. Tormented Soul. Tormented Soul. I'm pretty sure that's the Swords Master. Yes. We're gonna go there. Get your sword back. We don't need to go back to base because we have plenty of fuel to carry us all around the place. We also have plenty of water on us. Do I even have a... Oh no. I don't have any way to collect water. Okay. I messed up with the planetologist. I'm supposed to get training from him, but I made him upset and now he won't teach me. And he's like, come back later, and it's been a lot later. And he still won't talk to me. He was like, I come from a place where we all died and stuff. And I was like, oh, tell me more. And he was like, I can't talk about this right now. Come back later. And I'm like, oh, I made him mad. Not very tactful of me, I guess. Sorry, I wanted to know all the dialogue options. I paid so much money from this game, I need to know all the dialogue options. Daenerys gift. Daenerys ran a supply. Whoa. supply depot for the sandflies for many years, ensuring the flow of spice and other goods to the smugglers, in return for the basic supplies they needed to survive. This unique dirk was reportedly a gift from Esmar Twick himself, a product of black market technology that only a smuggler could access. Got it. Let me learn. Someone's landing in my base. What is happening? Ooh, when did I get a blood bag? It's a large one. What are you doing here? What are you doing here? What do you want? I'm busy. I have people to kill. Wait, I'm joking. I'm kidding. Come back. Hi. Hello. It's V to talk. But everyone can hear you.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Hi.
LA.
What?
Hi.
Hi.
I was grabbing stuff from my. I was grabbing carbon, and I was like, I'm nearby LA.
Oh my god. Your fuel is 84%. I refueled it.
Oh, thank you. Goodbye.
Now I need fuel for myself. Oh wait, I have fuel. Why didn't it fill it up completely? What the hell? Now I feel like one of those grandmas. You know when you go to grandma's house and you don't leave until you're fed? Seraph comes over here, I refuel his ornithopter. Literal grandma. Where is my dew reaper? There it is. Guess I'll use this one because it's more what is it called? It's more the durability, whatever. Ooh, this is using power. How much water do we have in reserve now? Ooh! We're almost at capacity, which means we should probably refine some stuff. And we actually cannot because we don't have any. Whoa! VF? Thank you for the follow, welcome in! I think that was a follow, I'm not sure. Hello. Hi. Little baby Conan. I think it's so random that you're asked to use the scanner. And I don't want to have to keep coming back, so I'm just gonna keep it in my inventory. Oh! Sarah told me to give you a follow. Thank you! Thanks for coming in. Sarah was just here. What was I doing? I lost my train of thought. Okay, I put everything away, and now we're gonna go here. He gave you a shout out. Aw, thanks, Sarah. This is sweet. I should have filled up the ornithopter more. Have some spice porridge I just made. Wait, but spice is it's basically drugs. So am I the grandma that deals drugs too? Was it like the grandpa that like gives you a sip of his beer or whatever? Or is it dads that do that? I don't know. I don't know the stereotypes. Is it here? No, it's further up. That, probably. This is somebody's base, and it looks cool. get inspiration for our base. It's very symmetrical. I want a triangle landing pad too. Alright, spying on our neighbors. Maybe it wasn't considered dangerous substance. Yeah, spice isn't dangerous. It's highly addictive, but it's not dangerous. Interesting build. And then that's the ramp to their... Odd choice, but everything else looks great. And then a landing pad. Oh! Oh my god! Thank you for the follow, welcome in! Also from Sarah's stream. Hi, hello! Convenient landing pad right here. This is obviously where I should land my ship. Bold choices were made, indeed. Oh my god, don't snipe. No sniping. Ow! I should make a spit dart. Fair warning to new people coming in. I do scream a lot. If you expect a calm environment here... Serpentine. Let me in! No grenades. Where are they? Fulton identify. Sniper, no sniping.
Someone's here. State your business, Imperial.
They just let me... Whoa. What? I don't know where these guys are. Have a good stream, thank you. Thank you. Oh, they're in here. Oh, that guy is just... Wait. Pause. Pause combat real quick. Okay, all it takes is 2 of those slow things to kill that guy. I just have to do it fast enough. Okay, where's the others though? Because I hear them. What was that? That was a new sound. The enemies are just... Oh no. Oh no. Whoa, you look cool and different and cool and different and cool and... Ow. You must be someone special. That was the leader! Whoa! You were hiding while I was killing your leader. Cut, I forgot lights. I'm sorry guys, one more time. Certain sword hilt, got it. Nice. What is happening out there? Fill items, please. Anything cool here? No. This is where I was. I already got lost in the same facility I was raiding. Oh my god! One more time. Wait. Sorry. One more time. Why do you have a gun now? That wasn't in the script.
Enemy shield engaged.
Wait, my shield broke. Hold on. Let me heal. One more time. Okay. Ready? Oh, that guy's like in the corner. Stay in the corner. What? Did you just throw a grenade right here? Threw a grenade into the corner they were hiding in. Got it. Wait, okay. Did I take damage? Or is it just... Ooh, I'm on fire. Is it just a lot of damage from my generator? Die! Oh, okay. I don't think I hit him, but he still died. Okay. Convenient.
Raising shield.
That hit me! I'm on fire. Okay, so fire goes through the shield. And I think I'm going to die if I don't heal. Why is there plant fiber here? Okay, return the sword hilt. That's also in Arakeen. So next we do... that. This is gonna be a different section of the world, so it's gonna be harder. Expect more dying, like actually dying. I'm just in a lower area. That guy was just bad at acting, right? Who hired that guy? Southwest, south. What? Find Ullman contract. It's a contract. Got it. Ready. Look at Godzilla. I chose that area for the base so we'd have a view of Godzilla. Because it's cool. And then Miso called it something else. But we're not going to talk about that, okay? It's Godzilla. Don't you use that smile on me. It's Godzilla. Where is the way in? Oh, there. So pretty at night. I feel like there's gonna be a lot of fighting here. Okay. Alright. Be brave. I didn't make a Mendex shithole. Alright. So that's what this is called.
Who's there?
It's Ellie. We're gonna need to do a lot more cheesing in this part of the map. Scared. Okay, at least I have a checkpoint. Anything down here? What's this? I'm exploring. Part of the process. Right, okay. It's just the level. Gotta be brave. Every time they ask who's there, you just have to reply Nigo Montoya. I just say, it's me! Oh. Oh. It's me, Ellie. As if they're supposed to know who I am, you know? That's cool. A little sparkly. Wait, I do need to pick up Emo. Okay, wait. Where? What? Maybe that is where I'm supposed to go. Okay. This is a testing station. Was someone down there? Hehe. Okay. It's time to fight. Another testing station. Hopefully it's easy. Haha. I always forget his spiel. My name is Inigo Montoya. You killed my father. Prepare to die. I think? Yeah! I got it. Indigo. I don't know how to say his name. Indigo Montoya. Is it Indigo or Inigo? Indigo. Indigo? His name is Indigo? Just has the accent. That's what made it cool. Inigo. Inigo. Oh, I was singing right then. Inigo Montoya. Hello.
Over the next few days, the following will probably be coming in from the killing fields. Armor and Trost, Hosni and his brothers, Ullman's troop. Do not allow Ricard or any of his people in unless they have undamaged plus steel cogs and lots of them. Bastards shorted us last time and they need to make good before they get a single drop of water. I don't care how desperate they are. Keep your guns ready just in case.
Got it. Water.
You've entered Desert Botanical Testing Station number 163. I'm Dr. Wen Olmeca, Senior Plant Geneticist here at the station. In the long history of the Desert Botanical Testing Station program, there have been disappointingly few successful species introductions. But I'm proud to say we here at station number 163 can boast of several notable successes. Our efforts have produced several varieties of dew-absorbing cacti which show great promise. We have already documented in the field natural reproduction of our modified saguaros with Cielago bats acting as pollinators. Yeah. We have every reason to believe these cacti will continue to thrive and hopefully form the cornerstone of a working ecosystem.
Thank you for the hydrate. I take a sip again. Oh my goodness. Okay. Okay. Ready. Ready to suffer. Haha. Whoa! How do they know? How do they already know? They don't see me. Oh, this is a lot of water. Not a lot of water. I lied. I've been bamboozled. I'm not here. Why are you cheating? Oh my god.
Who's that?
They just spawned in. That was crazy. They just spawned in. Oh, they're doing poison. Ah! I heckin' hate this area. Okay, I have metabolized poison equipped for this area, so we should be good. Someone call a ambulance. Overwatch mention. Actually, y'all prepare to die now. Every time I hear enemy I enter enemy territory. More.
Greetings, Ignis.
Ignis.
I send this note to let you know we have been fortunate in the face of worms and weather, and have found some items I'm certain will interest you. We should be arriving at your excellent oasis in a matter of 2 or 3 days.
They just know.
I hope you will be able to accommodate
There's
us
no
in the
sneaking
usual
in this
fashion.
game, and I hate it. Let me sneak. Let me sneak and chase the enemies, please. This is not my playstyle. They can't know that I'm here. Let me be sneak. Remember when I played all of Skyrim sneaking around like this? Crouching and sneak. Oh my god, it's Big Boy. It's Big Boy with a big boy gun.
Shields up.
No shield. Woo! Okay, so it's pretty much the same as the previous map.
Just my reinforcements.
I hate that they have poison guns, poison ammo, or whatever. That wasn't very nice. She pummeled me, and it hurt my feelings a lot. Depth-Malala pistol. Oh, a welding torch Mark 5. I'm bringing that home.
Power.
Power.
Once again, I am not interested in your revolution. Please stop trying to recruit me or my men. As for the business we discussed, it turns out I have some of the vehicle components you're looking for. I would be open to supplying them to you at the right price. I've added notes to your list. But first, I'm missing 2 of my crew, Silas and Enoch.
Silas?
They went missing near your territory and are long overdue. Some of our guys think you may have bewitched them with your subversive nonsense. But I said, that's impossible. You wouldn't be stupid enough to cross us like that.
Oh.
Would you?
Crouching into the enemy by accident. Followed by a lot of screaming. Listen. There's more water. It was effective. It was an effective strategy because I finished the game. So, you know, it worked out. Longer than necessary, but it still worked out. Everyone's dead here. Are you guys killing each other? That's so rude. It's not how you build a community. Okay. From this point on, I think it'll be harder. Dune has all these assassins and subterfuge, but they skipped adding stealth to the game. Yeah, all the enemies like immediately know where you are. And even if they don't see you, they'll shoot directly at you, like through the wall. They have wall hacks. They have wall hacks, guys. Reported. What's this way? Nothing. All roads lead to Sneak Archer in Skyrim, of course. It's the only viable build. only way I know how to play the game. Oh, there's a lot of people here. Ah, are you kidding me? I don't want to go there. So many pistols. Stop giving me pistols. Ooh. Okay. That looked like the next area, so let's clear this first. Anybody drop any good loot? Whoa, bodies. Whoa, flies. Gosh, so unsanitary here. My eyes! I'm sorry. Was it really bright? I refuse. Fuel cell. I'm here to loot your base, and if you want to stop me, you have to follow me into this corner where I can kill you. Whoa, somebody— why are they killing each other? Guys, this isn't the way. You need to use the power of friendship.
Identify yourself.
My name is Ellie, and I want you to come here. So these guys are supposed to be like bound to my will and stuff, right? But like, they're still calling out that they need help. Oh, that's a slow. Okay. Ah, go! Stop! She hit me! Oh, so rude. Give me your loot. Okie dokie. This is... any good loot? I have so many of these particle capacitors and advanced servox. Maybe I'm not crafting enough. Maybe I should be building more things with these.
Anil, imprint the following message in your bird and send it to the Sayadina at once. Revered Sayadina.
Awkward.
We discovered one of the ancient testing stations brimming with water and occupied by scavengers. We have taken their water for Shai-Hulud. I ask for your command regarding this sacred bounty. Naib Jorba.
Naib Jorba. So that's not the Fremen. That is whatever those cultists were called. I forgot what they're called. I think I should go down first because that looks like the next zone. Oh no, this is the next zone. Okay. You up. Back up. Be brave, be brave. It's me. Ellie, don't shoot. Oh, they can shoot me because I can go through. No, I can't. So they can shoot me, but I can't shoot them. That's not very fair. Hi. What? Oh, those are both slow stabs. Come on. Come on. Oh, wait. Stop! Okay, one of you, stop. I don't know if I'm poisoned or not. Where's the other one? Oh, that's all of them, I guess. What's this? Water? Not water. This is water. Ability is so strong. Yeah, I kind of use it like the halt one. Because there's another skill that's kind of similar. Stop. Stop your enemy from performing any actions for a brief period. It's basically the same as this. Maybe I should try it out. Whoa, why do they keep killing each other? What's going on? Was there a coup? I need to remember to keep an eye out for the quest, because I might miss... Oh, so many dead. Because I might miss it while I'm distracted. Interact, come on.
Naib.
Naib.
Has returned bearing this
Masquerade,
message from the
that's
Sayadina.
occultists.
Jorva, Shai Hulud truly honors us. First with our victory at Maisa Turul, and now these rich spoils you have taken. Our blind brethren of the Ikhwan Bedouin would hoard that water for themselves. Such greed angers Shai Hulud. Small wonder they have fled away in shame.
Nice. I'm so
But
tired.
we, the faithful, remain to serve the Maker in all things. What you have won will be his in good time. But more scavengers are certain to come seeking our prize. Remain and take their water as well. Nala.
Nala. Now I go up. No, down. Now we go down. It's here. Whoa. Purple Toledo statue thingy. Scary.
Huh?
Who is that?
Why do they know? What the hell? Come to me. Oh,
They're coming.
it's like they don't have concept of the walls. They just shoot directly into the walls. Oh god. You poisoned yourself. You do kind of glow with that. That's true. Okay, let's see the next. Whoa. Hey. I'm doing this respectfully. Let's test it in the next area where we have enemies, okay? Hold on, I need to see if something is active. It is. Hold on. Okay. I haven't done this in a while. I haven't done this in a while, so hold on. Hold on. Okay. Listen. Let's try it. Let's try sneaking. If there's any more enemies, we'll see. Holman, where are you? Okay. We have not found. There it is. Oh, contact the issuer. I can do that right now. Those deranged masquerade cultists slaughtered everyone who came to the testing station for the water contained in their bodies. How revolting. How barbarous. How could anyone do such a thing? That almost certainly explains the disappearance of poor Ullman and his crew. What a pity. He was a good man and a reliable partner for many years. Nothing like the half-savage scavengers you find these days. You must have risked a lot to learn his fate. I'm indebted to you. Just give me money. This one's in Arakeen, this one's in here. And then there's also Alright, now what's this one? Impact of ecology. That I think is part of my training. My training, where is it? Yep, okay. Gotta do another testing station. Impact of ecology. Well, now there's no enemies to test this on.
You've entered Desert Botanical Testing Station number 1.
This looks like there's loot back there, but there's not. Imagine having to climb all these stairs just to get back up and out. More stairs. Not only is there the spiral stairs, you have a lot of stairs. Anyone here that I can sneak? Age before elevators. They have a... We're way in the future. Like way in the future. Before elevators came to Arrakis. I'm full. Maybe we should go home first. Do we care? I don't use shotguns. Yeah, let's go home first. Better safe than sorry. Better safe than cucumbered, you know? I'd rather have space and not be cucumbered for this. I wonder what that is. Flying is really fun. I wonder what's here. It looks interesting. Huh. There's Godzilla. I'm surprised Grimm didn't build here near Godzilla. I know Grimm's a Godzilla fan. Meerkat. I had to climb this before I got my ornithopter. Oh, there's a storm coming. Before I got my ornithopter, and I think my my suspensor belt broke halfway up there. So it was a struggle getting up there. And then I climbed by hand the rest of the way with just my stamina, and then the sun came up, so I was getting sunstroke and I had to hide in the crevices.
A large sandstorm is approaching.
Surely I can get home before the sandstorm comes. Right. Right. Oh, it's behind me. Didn't Ben spend like 25 minutes climbing some rock pillar yesterday? I have no idea. But I think it's a universal experience that everybody has to experience when they're new to Dune. Like having to climb a really tall mountain and all of your materials break on the way up. So we'll wait out the storm before we leave. Don't want this welding torch Mark 5 is like, it's gonna stay here. I'm not gonna get rid of it. I'm getting hungry.
A large sandstorm is approaching.
Mark 3. Mark 5 would be so better. What else did I get? Oh, some pistolas. What's this? Some parts for ornithopters might be useful. It's less materials, you know? Oh, power packs. I got a bunch of power packs and then the pistol. All right. Refuel, we are good. Huh? Mark 4. I want to save all of my like super high heal kits for the deep desert. You never know. Except there's nowhere to put them. Okay. I think my wind traps also need filters. They were good for like a day.
Sector weather alert. A large sandstorm is approaching.
Again? 2 hours. Didn't it say 4 hours last time? Has it already been 4 hours? How long have I been live for? Hey guys! It's about that time! It's about that time! No, she noticed. I should get off. Do some more grind. I should get off and eat and then grind some more. Right? Right. I shouldn't keep playing. But you gotta grind the quest. I do. I really do. Everybody stretch real quick. Stretch your arms. Oh my god, de-shrimpify your spine? Wiggle your toes, make sure they're still there. Wiggle your fingers. Oh my goodness. Ah! Arms. I am one with the shrimp. Do the shoulder shimmy. Let out that tension. Can you hear it in my voice? Okay. I'll do a little bit more. I want to finish this. We're not doing that. What does MK6 even mean? Because I'm pretty sure I don't even have MK6. We're gonna do a little bit more. A little bit more. Because I'm not streaming on Wednesday. MK6. 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 5. 5 is the highest I have. No way. No way. You can't be asking this of me. Plastinium ingot. That's endgame stuff. I don't even have 5. I have 4. You're joking. Okay. Here we go. Look. It's Godzilla. Gliding at a comfortable 90 kilometers per hour. Sky is clear. Random nosedive. That was me. What's that? Why is there like a circle right there? Is that a cave? Is there a cave right here? No. It's just a little blemish. Just a little blemish in the rock formation. Whoa, mega base. Their base looks cool. And then there's that. How many testing stations did we do today? I feel like this is gonna be our 3rd or 4th or 5th or millionth. There isn't. There is. Yes. Mm-hmm. Okay. Here we go. What? Wrong. Wrong. This is not the correct testing station. This is where we were just at. Good catch, Ellie. Come on. A different testing station. This one. Oh my god. See? How did they see me? Just kidding, just kidding, just kidding. I'm joking.
Shields up.
Well, that worked out in my favor. I hear someone sniping. Where? I don't see them, but they see me, and that's concerning. You here? What? Why are you sniping from behind a wall, you idiot? Stop one stand still. Exactly, because I know they're gonna miss. Because they missed the first time. Okay. Now we turn this off. And we sneak and see if they see us. Right, there's no enemies yet. Welcome to botanic testing, blah blah blah. They put a cover on. There's another one, I think. Nope, just the one. Alright. No, there is another one. Stop! Stop! Why is there so many mines? I'm trying to be sneaky. Okay. They don't know I'm here, yeah?
Reveal yourself.
Reveal yourself.
See? What do you mean?
Who are you?
See? Enemies are lame.
Who's that?
It's me!
Shield on!
I see you shooting poison darts at me, and I don't like it. I want to know what this testing station was for. Wish I had their kind of 2020 vision. They have something else entirely. They have Wall Hacks Pro. Did I not put my stuff away? I swear I did. Did this lead to the same spot, or... It did, okay. All in a circle. Open sesame. Let me in. Show me your secrets. Whoa, a person.
Shield off.
Haha. I'm better. Oh, there's a quest here. I know what this chest is. Did I miss a quest? Guess that means I have to come back here later. Ugh. I gotta find where that door was. What? 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 Ah. Okay, so that was the back. Huh?
Someone here.
It's me. I'm here. No backup. No, you don't. What? What do you mean? What do you mean enemy sighted? I'm in an enclosed room, you cheater. Buggy engine Mark 4, I will take that. Would be nice for the buggy that I don't want to spend materials crafting. Maybe they can smell you. You're calling me stinky? Smelling a little ripe? What? Okay. Just when I said that testing stations are very linear, it's doing this to me. Whoa. That's scary. Whoa. Gulp. Oh my god, are they okay? You good? Need a bandage? It's scary in here. They're freaky. Oh, there's a heavy boy. Oh no, 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 oh no. Now's not the time to fail parries. Okay, okay, okay. There's two of them, that's why. One of them is a flamethrower, I think. No. Stop! She's not doing the slow thingy. Whoa, my leg looked broken. Okay. What? Okay, wait. He broke out of it or something. One at a time. Where's the other one? Die, please. Ah! That was scary. Nice acting, guys. Almost got me there. Take 5. I'll see you guys in the rehearsal room. something's here. Take book. Got it. Lexicon of Arrakis. Whoa. Return to... Okay, so that... Oh. That is to go back to... Back to Harko. Harko... Arakeen. Arakeen. Not doing that. This is the last one, the cult. And then... Also an Arakeen. Where is it? Where's the quest that I'm doing? What? The paranoid. Okay. Alright. Okay, alright. Where's the way back? I don't even know what I got. Ooh, compression stim leggings. These unique light leggings are equipped with a compression triggered mechanism which stimulates the leg muscles, reducing the stamina drain of dashing. Ooh. What's the stats though? We go. We leave. Maybe drop all these off again and then fly back. So the next part that I'm about to go to, full disclosure, I did go there already. So I know what's there. But you guys haven't seen it, maybe? I don't know. You just gotta pretend it's your first time, right? Okay, I'll do that. Should I go home first and drop all this off? Of course I will. Which way is it? East. Gotta save my loot. I was running around here. This was before I got my ornithopter. I was on the ground and there were heckin' snipers on the rocks. Maybe I should... Oh, I should build a sniper. There we go. A purpose for going home. Look, it's Godzilla. Don't worry guys, I'm an ace pilot. I'm really good at flying. Here. I don't know how good I'll be in the deep desert, but I'm really good at flying. He's pilot master Perrier, yeah. That's me. Look, Godzilla. Ven and I binge watched the Godzilla movies, all of them. I really enjoyed them up until they introduced Millie Bobby Brown was in the movies and they gave her special treatment and I was just like, She's a good actress. But I feel like it focused more on her than on everything else. Anyways. Let's this and then I should be wait, let's put this booster up. I'm thirsty. Drink.
Thanks for your support. Eon Support dropped a sub. Monster78 twiggled too.
Aw, Montimo, I miss Mon. Thank you for the sub, I appreciate it. Thank you, thank you, thank you. 2 years! Yeah. For some reason, Aeon's been subbing to me. While I wasn't even streaming. What's wrong with you? I hope you had good use of the emotes though. I still need to add more. Because I have slots. Okay, time to go. No, isn't that the highest compliment? It is indeed. Also been funny. Okay. I need to set up a Discord so that you guys can use the emotes on Discord too. But I want to gather spice. You want to see what gathering spice is like? I actually have been using the emotes. Ooh. Just a quick sniff. Just a quick sniff. So there's a little baby bloom, and then I'm not going down there. But this is what I did yesterday. You go down, you use the compactor and collect the spice, and then when the worm comes, I hear the worms camping. I hear them too. That's why I'm not landing. When the worm comes, you run back to your thopter and go up as high as possible and then wait for it to pass, and then there's no worm. But I don't want to do it. I don't want to risk it. I'm just a baby. I don't want to lose my thopter. And again, we are going to the place where... What is this? interesting. Okay. Now that is a bold build, right? Whoa, there's a worm. Okay. Okay. Scout out. Even though I know I'm safe, whenever I hear the rumbling, I still turn around and look for a worm. Amazing sound design, honestly. Okay, this... Oh, I forgot to build a sniper! Alright, I cleared this before. Can do it again. So this area is interesting. Contact issuer. Who is the issuer? What? Cult. Venerating the carcass of a dead sandworm. Madness at best. Heresy at worst. What could be their motive in all of this? I will need more information if I'm to file a complete report for the Siridar governor. I want you to investigate further, see what you can discover about their actions and motives. You guys want to see? You guys want to see? It's cool. It's cool and it's crazy. It's a worm. It's a worm, and they made it their base. Okay, this area, I'm pretty sure I went down. Here's the worm. Okay, just gotta be brave. Just gotta be brave. You first. But they haven't noticed me yet.
Chosen
oh no, they have.
Interloper. For the lightning work.
Whoa, 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 whoa. First of all, that was rude. What?
And here.
No. Ah, there's two. Okay, one of you. Come on. Okay.
For the tyrant worm.
Double parry, Ellie's signature move. Is it my signature move now? You can do it with a sword. It's something you can't do with a dagger. She also had a speech when I was here. She's not doing it now. I don't know why. Where is your fancy speech, lady? Is she looking at me? No. Just a hologram. A sniper. Wait. Poison hurts. Poison hurts. Poison hurts.
We got incoming.
That was close. My shield went down because my power pack blew. This is scary. You guys are scary. There's so many of you. Oh my god. Come on. Alright. This person sniping. Ah! I hate you. Ugh. Thor's really been working out wonders. Yes. Let's go the rest of the way. This is the worm. That's the worm's head. Look at it. Look at the worm. It's crazy. Okay. Search the container. What container? Oh, I missed it already. Haha.
My people.
Oh.
My sisters. My brothers.
She's doing her speech now.
The sun of Arrakis blazed across the desert sands. Long has it burned upon the minds of all that labor.
Oh, these are bodies.
Long have the winds of the Coriolis swept across the mountains and valleys. So too have they swept through uncounted minds, scouring the truth of history from 1,000 generations of memory.
Empty water containers and a disturbing number of knives.
And beyond time itself, one has presided. One who marks not the movement of stars.
A strange assortment of items belonging to at least 5 different people.
Whose knowledge is fathomless.
These all sacrifices?
Bears witness to the core of our hearts. Shai-Hulud! Yes!
Caked with blood and body parts with no discernible pattern. This is not how you harvest water, guys. I'm pretty sure.
Safeguarding our future. So too the Shai-Hulud remind us.
They're slaughtering people, vagrants and outcasts at this point, but their recruiters have been reported in many settlements. We cannot let this madness spread among the more useful members of the populace. Given what you have discovered, I'm sure the Syridar governor will soon be ordering an extermination of the Masquerade. I'm authorizing you to make a start on that. Kill some of the fanatics and report back to me so that I can include some analysis of their combat capabilities in my report. Got it! Kill people.
In direction, Shai-Hulud is unwavering. In judgment, resolute. In movement, inexorable.
Inexorable.
Absolute.
Find a Chris knife or a Chris knife part. Ooh. So I don't have to feed myself to the worm to get one? You can get one from here. Whoa. What a player. You a person? Why'd you move like that? Huh? I didn't go down that fight. I went down the first time I was here.
Someone here.
What gave you that idea?
We've got incoming.
Oh my god, I'm tired.
Weapon empty.
Come down. Whoa! This person has skills.
Empty! Enemy found.
Wait. Let me get some stamina back, please. Oh my god. Oh, is this the leader of the cultists? Die! Pick up body. No. No, thank you. Aha! Broken crysknife hilt. Oh, I can't use it. It's just a quest item. Whoa. Ashnoipa, I didn't even see you there. Where is the bracelet? Where's the bracelet? Oh, I saw a door here. Nothing quite like a bit of violence. Just a little bit. Just a little bit of a healthy dose of stabbing. Yay. Some pew pew is a treat, yeah. Don't mind if I do. I don't need another sword. I can craft a second ornithopter. But I'll probably save it for like the bigger one, because I think the upgraded version of the ornithopter uses more. Wow. The clapper, guys. It's called the clapper. Unique thumper generates a large amount of threat. Oh, so it calls the sandworm faster if you'd ever need that for some reason. I like this sword. I'll bring this just in case. Get all the loot. Deliver a crypt. Do I have to take it to the... I do. Do I? I do. In the meantime, Motive and Madness has been cancelled. Why? 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 What was that? Anyways, let's kill these. Kill the chosen of the fire and claim the pentashield code. Kill the chosen of the body and claim the pentashield code. I feel like there's more that I haven't done yet. I don't want to lose all my gear, but I don't have to. Okay. Let's go. How far? I already hear a sniper shooting. Hey, for science, do you guys think this will electrocute me? Ah! Okay. That answers my question. That was painful. What the hell? Okay, so don't go this way. You have to go up there. How much materials is the bigger one gonna take? The bigger one? I don't know. Let's look. The carrier. So that's gonna take 15 for that part. Diamondine dust, 15. Carbide scraps, 15. $15 diamond dust, so 30 diamond dust so far. 15, another 15. How many did I get? 26. I think I'll have enough. It's the rest of the materials I'm pretty sure you can only get in the deep desert. Show.
Who's there?
It's Ellie! Are you sniping me? You and I, 1v1. Wait! Whoa, 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 buddy. That hurt! That slow stab really hurt. The deep desert. Yeah, let's heal, cause that he stabbed me. He stabbed me and it hurt. Jeez, I'm just a little guy.
Someone's here.
That guy.
I require assistance.
Whoa. All right. Why you do that so early? That's not what we rehearsed, dude. Ah!
Shields up.
Wait for my stamina to come back. Take five. Oh, it was him. He was the leader. But there was a guy over here.
They're coming.
Ah, it hit me.
On.
Stop it. Okay. Next. I like how it always comes as a surprise. What does? Carbide scraps. Only one? Yeah. The next one. That you were fighting some mini boss, right? Sometimes they look different from the others, but yeah, I think for immersion they have certain things turned off. Like, maybe not. When I first launched the game, there was like a, for immersion purposes, do you want names or outlines to be shown or something? And I think I chose no. I don't know where those settings are now. Whoa, whoa. I have a feeling it's down here. I have a suspicion.
Who's that? There's
Up. Oh my god, die! This must be the... It is. They last a little longer too, I guess. It's just a camp. Man. Ooh! Diamondine dust. Nice. Oh, more loot. Lovely, I have 32 now. Oh, just a little cave here. Yep. Now what? Now... Entered the contemplation chamber. The place I was just at. Oh, I did it out of order. I hope they don't respawn. Oh, this person, one of them did. It's this guy. The poor leader. Oh, never mind. They're all back. Do not snipe. Let me get my stamina back. Yeah, come to me.
We got incoming. Weapon empty.
Make this easier for me. Wait! Ugh, you idiot! Now we're both poisoned. Ugh. Let me get my stamina back. Okay.
Who's that?
Okay, this person, this crazy lady. Hey. She's a Bene Gesserit. Stop it.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm better. Oh, now. Uh-oh. The Paranoid's contemplation chamber. Okay. Okay. We gotta go. Because it's already been. Enter. You showed that Ben and Jerry lady. Wait, what? Use the shield assembler and the pentashield. I got that. On me, probably. Yes, I do. Nothing scary, right? It's just nothing scary, right? No ambush? No ambush? Yeah. Awfully quiet and empty around here. Whoa! Makes me want to go fast. Masquerade territory. Spooky lair. Cool. Alright, kill the paranoid. Oh boy, boss fight! I should have probably equipped a bunch of...
I knew
oh my god,
that you would come.
it's Miswa.
I saw you in my dreams.
It's Miswa's hairstyle.
Even my loyal lieutenants were unable to keep you at bay. And for what?
She doesn't have armor, this should be easy.
I did everything that they asked of me. Find the Fremen. There were no Fremen to find. So I did the next best thing. I created new Fremen. Better Fremen. My Mas Karet. Still, it is never enough. I'm tired of being afraid. Tired of the voices that they put in my head.
Parry, get ready to parry.
Let us end this. One way or another.
She is Bene Gesserit. She shouldn't be affected by this. Whoa. Come on, lady. This would be cooler if I had a... if I had a Chris knife too. Woo! Ooh, I kind of feel bad because she was in our position. Ooh, the blood.
Heavens stand open and scatter their riches. My hands need but gather their will. Why do I think of an ambush and poison in my molten cup? Why do I feel my years? Love's arms beckon with their naked delights, and Eden's promises of ecstasies. Why do I remember the scars? Dream of old
Stop singing, I feel bad.
And why do I sleep with fears?
Oh my god. I'm so sorry. She has the same mark we do. Oh my god. I feel so bad. I wonder if we can keep... Oh, I don't feel bad anymore. Thank you for that. You know, I should take you with me. I should take you with me if I had space. Whoa, I'm rich. If I had the space to take you with me. 9, 5, 1, 1. It's her fault for not being the main character with plot armor. She's gone! Guys, did she get up and leave while I was in my inventory? I was gonna take her body and hang out with her in the base, but guess not. Guess I was too slow. Now what? Fold her into your backpack. I was going to, but I didn't have space. Unfortunate. Oh, so sad. She could have been my bestie in the afterlife. You guys think I'm joking, but I'm not. I was gonna do it. I was really gonna do it. She got called for another acting job. You're right, her contract was up. She filled her role and even sang us a song. Paid her a lot of Solari for that. Off she goes to another video game. Talk to Alara Tuick. That is in Arco Village as well. So we're gonna go to base. We're gonna go to the cities. So at the end you'll have a little musical part. Yeah. You gotta really sell it. I clap. I cried a tear and then I did little hand claps. But I feel real bad for killing her. But let's get out of here. Is that a storm? Do you guys think I can make it back in time? I'll try to get to the...
Weather alert. A large sandstorm is approaching.
Ace Pilot, you're right. I got this. Ace Pilot, Ace Pilot! I got this. I got this. Teehee. We're safe. And now I can research these.
Sector weather alert. A large sandstorm is approaching.
And we'll just go straight to...
Gonna fly you somewhere today? Music to my ears. Where do you want to go?
Arakeen or Harko? Arakeen.
Atreides in their war. All right. Doctor's on the roof.
I have a lot of quests to turn in, and then we'll get off. Okay? No more. No more stream. Done for today. I don't even know what I'm gonna do tomorrow. I did all the quests. Alright. What? Imperial testing station. Oop. Hold on. Investigator. All the achievements come in super late. Oh my god! 3? Almost 4 hours? What?
Hey, Daddy-O!
Oh my goodness. Sarah, thank you for the raid! Hi everybody, welcome in. I'm Ellie, also playing Dune. How's your stream? Are you going to class now? Gotta get ready. Okay. Thank you for dropping everybody in here. I hope you have fun in class, learn lots. Have fun and enjoy. I will, thank you. Why am I high? That's not right. Let's deposit some of our money. Talk to our favorite NPC.
Welcome. Would you like to deposit or withdraw Solaris?
I love him. He's so funny. I would like to deposit.
How much Solaris would you like to deposit?
About 50. Because I need enough to be able to go to the next.
Sector weather alert. A large sandstorm
Second
is approaching.
favorite. Talk to that Vex dude. The guy in the Lancerad area. I do think I need to talk to him. I have a lot of quests to turn in. I don't know where. Straight and then left. Here? No, upstairs. Oh, a player. I do this to all the players that I meet. Okay, go now, bye-bye! Thank you so much for the raid. Be safe, okay? I think the vexed dude is here. Is it this guy?
You know, I had a premonition just this morning that I might see you again.
I can't. Is I just love the delivery. Stranger danger. Don't you say hi? He's gone. Could have made a friend. Smile. You gotta take advantage of the extrovertism while you have it. Which is only the kind of tism that I have. Smile. Aha! Hello.
You're back.
About my mission.
Did you find Tuco?
He was not very well liked. I tracked him down to a mining gallery in Hagar Rift. Whoever he was running from caught up with him first. Tuco's dead.
Damn it, Tuco. I loved you like the degenerate shitbag uncle you thought you were.
Oh.
It's true. You never missed an opportunity to rip me off.
Yeah.
When your hands weren't in my pocket, they were on my ass.
Oh.
But you always had my back. Rest in peace, Uncle Tuco. I guess I owe you some training, Boot.
Yay! We now have level 2 trooper. I don't use disruptors. What else do I use? Scatter. Field maintenance? You know to strip down and clean your weaponry, slowing the durability of... Whoa! In hostile environments. What does that mean? What does that mean exactly? Okay. May as well. Oh, a player. Furian. Is that their face? Oh no, it's just a mask.
You're back.
What more do I need to do to get training?
I feel like a clutch of Centrixian flatworms are having an orgy in my skull.
Okay.
I need you to shoot me, Boot. Put me down like a syphilitic Kulon.
Okay. But you're not done training me yet.
It's the withdrawal, Boot. Stimulation from the implant. It's like
she's
nothing you've ever experienced before. Think of the greatest spice high, mixed with the most powerful orgasm you've ever had. Except it goes on and on, as long as the button is pushed.
Okay. Goodbye. Sounds potent.
Before long, you find yourself doing anything. As long as they hit that button one more time. It was the only thing that kept me in line.
Uh-huh. Hard to imagine that, Sergeant.
They had me. And there was nothing I could do about it. I only escaped because we came here. The static interference disrupted the control deck.
What is she talking about now?
Got away, I never really got away. In my wildest dreams, I never imagined how dependent I'd grown on that stimulation. Its absence is excruciating.
What do you expect me to do about it? What can we do about it?
If you don't shoot me in the face, you're going to have to find me some stims.
Oh my god.
They're the only thing keeping me right side up. And I'm fresh out.
Where do we find stims?
There's a back alley surgeon in Harco.
Oh, okay. It's a good thing we came here first.
She doesn't like me very much, but she won't turn you away. Find her. Show her this list of symptoms. She'll know what to do.
She's a real soup doctor with a heart of, well, not gold. But she does occasionally lend a hand even to degenerates like me. Show her my list of symptoms, she'll know the meds I need. I think we've talked to her before. I'll find her.
As always, Boot. The details are in the contract.
Bye. God, our drug addict. There's another somewhere, but I don't see where. Am I gonna take damage? No. But now I have to go up. What is happening? You'd think you'd find back alley stems all over Dune, right? Eh? I don't know what quest this is. Search. Ask her at learn the truth. Oh no, do I have to go back there? Even lower. Hey, buddy.
Shai-Hulud blesses me with your presence again.
Oh, not you. Ah. I have to go back to the masquerade. I killed you all already.
Shai-Hulud
See the Gardens of Arrakis. Do I have any more quests here? Okay, go talk to that person. Then we go to Harko. Talk to all those people. And then get off. 4 hours is a long time, guys. Isn't it? Isn't it? Aren't y'all tired? Am I going the right way? Damn. Hey, woo! Oh, it's that guy that was like, I'm sure you'll make use of yourself in the future. It's you! I'm back! Guess he's ready to make use of herself. I'm ready to commit to the Atreides cause. Where are you? Hello?
I expected you. Sorry. Occupational hazard.
Andrea Gannon sent me.
Andrea speaks very highly of you. If that was all I knew of you, it would be enough. I know a great deal more.
What do you know about me?
Your file grows daily.
Ooh.
I'm quite pleased with the investigation into Skorda and the tainted spice. I look forward to the results of the analysis.
This war of assassin takes a terrible toll, doesn't it?
You're more right than you know. This war inflicts wounds upon my duke and his people that cannot be seen upon the flesh, only behind the eyes. But I must remind myself that this war of assassins is also the scar of a miraculous survival. Our arrival on Arrakis was a very near thing. The first step in avoiding a trap is knowing of its existence. That's how we survived. That's how we continue to survive. Every day is a victory.
Wise words. The first step in avoiding a trap is knowing of its existence. That's why I always step on all the traps. One more thing. Andrea wants permission to eliminate Ambrose Lucifera.
Ah. She thinks he's responsible. Permission denied. The evidence is circumstantial, and he provides financial support. Assassination would be hasty.
My armor's ugly. I shall tell her.
Andrea is my most promising protege. She may seem to have a machine mind, but she's as human as you and I. She does not show it, but she takes the tainted spice deaths personally. She sees it as a personal failure to compute the truth rapidly enough.
Understandable. That's why I walk into every ambush and trap I can. Unfortunately. Goodbye! Anything else here? We go back to Andrea. Nothing else? Ooh, I wonder where this goes. I wonder where that leads. My nose itchy. Like, you guys can see when my nose is itchy now, because I go like this. Person. Whoa. I know I already made it over here, but the vendor was that way, and I kind of want to go back to see what I can buy. I want to see where this leads. Ah, travel requirement failed. You cannot travel to world map at this time. A flying vehicle is required. Got it. Okay. I mean, I have a flying vehicle. Anyways.
Can I fly you somewhere today? Music
Fly me to
my
Harko.
ears. Well, the Harkonnens look... Well, alright.
I'm back to 100k Solari. I have money again. Alright. I gotta end. I'm hungry. You turn in these quests. And then what? What are you gonna spend it on? I don't know. I don't know what's there to buy. Probably cosmetics. Cause the Atreides vendor, I want the armor variants, but I have to level up my affiliation with the house first. All right. That's a cool cape. So many people screaming. Second floor. Oh. Hello. She is gone. Did she get arrested? What? Where did she go? Oh. Hey.
Don't mind me. I'll just be moving along.
I wish to have a word.
With me? Well, what could I possibly know?
I seek the Bene Gesserit woman who lingers across the way. Where has she gone to?
The Lady in Black? Wait, you've seen her too? I wasn't sure if she was real or if I dreamed of her.
God, I know someone who sounds like this in real life. She's very real and I need to find her.
Sorry, I wasn't
Hi,
sure.
too.
I've been having problems remembering things.
Do you know her?
I'm not sure anyone really knows her. I've certainly tried. She's the most beguiling woman I've ever laid eyes upon. I espied her one day on the concourse and found myself following her back here.
I know who this is. I know someone who talks just like this. I'm sure she did not like that.
She did not, but that didn't deter me. On the very first day, I pledged my life to serve her. If she would have me. She refused, of course, and sent me away with her powers, but again, I was not deterred. Each day, I would come to find her, and each day, she would send me away.
This guy. She's the voice to send you away every day?
Yes, at least, I think so. I have been having trouble keeping it all clear. My mind isn't what it used to be.
Too much spice,
There have
bro.
been others, too, looking for her.
Who was looking for her?
I don't know for sure who they are, but they were mercs. That much I know. There are enough of them around here. You might still be able to find them at Hanavar's.
Is that the bar? I want to go to the bar. Okay, oh. Let's talk to our swordsmaster. Hey, dude. Got your hilt.
Oh, we meet again. The rhyme of your stride betrays you.
Regarding my task, I've recovered your hilt.
Place it in my hand.
Boink.
Yes. Even without eyes, my hands know this hilt. Its familiar heft is as comforting as an old friend. You have my gratitude.
The one who set this all in motion is still out there.
And?
What?
Damn you, you are perceptive. You have the right of it. I already know who set this in motion. You look upon a broken man.
A broken man.
Living in the refuse of his ideals and former glory. Kept alive by an enemy who respects him too much to let him die.
Damn, okay. Who did this to you? What's the story? Spill the tea.
Forgive me if my trust in humanity is shattered. Let the story alone. Let's keep this simple.
Okay, I'm prying again.
Some training. Are you ready?
I'm prying again. I did this to the planetologist and he got upset and didn't want to train me anymore. Okay, I'm ready.
Then let us begin.
Ooh, cutscene.
Let the blade fill your hand. Let the blade become your hand. Be mindful of your breathing and listen carefully to my words. Remarkable. There are fighters who possess natural talent, but you are beyond that. Your muscle memory is that of someone far more experienced.
Goodbye. Hey, so can you train me more?
We meet again. The rhyme of your stride betrays you.
Saran, the one who's after you is the same person who maimed you, yes?
No, you're more relentless than a desert bat lapping up a dead man's tears.
Here I am, prying. Honorable. Honor demands these wrongs be redressed. Does your blood not boil?
My blood had gone cold and viscous, but it is quickened once more. Yes, the one who's after me and the one who made me like this are the same man.
Yeah.
He sits in a high place, in the power structure of the Imperium, high above the reach of justice.
What are you gonna do about this?
I had no aspirations but to wallow in defeat. When you placed the sword hilt in my hand, something awakened. Something that won't let old wrongs lie. Let it lie. If you really want to help me, you can help me get a new pair of eyes.
Okay.
Artificial eyes, created by the frightful arts of the Tli-Laxu.
Perhaps revenge and Tli-Laxu should... What? Are not the best steps forward. Hold on. Chicanery, guys, that's how you say it. Chicanery. The use of trickery to achieve a political, financial, or legal purpose. Well, I mean... Chicanery. That's not what I'm gonna say. You should have your revenge. You should have your revenge.
You're right, of course. I hesitated out of fear of polluting my flesh with metal and inviting Tli-Laxu influence into my body.
Oh.
But this is cowardice. Such eyes would make my vengeance possible.
Vengeance!
Such eyes would be more powerful, more durable than this fragile jelly.
Jelly.
The desire for revenge eclipses my hesitation. The time is now. I need your help.
Why me?
I am being watched. You can move about unobserved.
I'm also being watched.
I need you to seek out a black market trader by the name of Anushka Hanivar.
Oh.
When you meet her,
at the bar,
order a Karana brandy with a Sidrit twist.
Again?
Order that drink precisely. It's important. Ask her about the eyes. Off you go then.
Bionic eyes show ads every 30 minutes. Yeah, that's if you get the wrong kind. Okay. I have to go upstairs too. Let me make sure nobody is... Where's the stairs? Is that a person? House Harkonnen. Knowledge is power. Gosh, the propaganda. Hey!
Welcome, stranger. If you come seeking treatment, I have all manner of locally sourced natural remedies for whatever ails you.
Gotta pay the subscription or they remotely turn them off. That would suck. I got these eyes off-brand in a black market back alley. You have to go through like the manhole to get to the market, and now they turn off every time I look at a certain thing. And I have to pay them every night or else it starts playing ads while I sleep. Caravel sent me. She's in a bad way.
Kara sent you? Well then, you could turn around and piss
Whoa,
right
buddy.
off to whatever hole
I'm having
she
a
found you in.
conversation here.
Her name is shit around here.
Oh. What did she do to you?
None of your bloody business.
But I'm nosy.
What's the matter with her now?
Give her a list
She
of
must be
symptoms.
suffering terribly. If I were you, I would go quickly and find someone who gives a shit.
Damn, I believe you have sworn an oath to provide care when called upon. I ask again. I get it. She isn't very sociable, but doesn't mean she's...
Look, even if I wanted to help her, which I don't,
I
haven't been
don't.
able to get medical supplies in weeks.
If I could get your med supplies flowing
Tell
again.
you what, if you can fix my medical supply issue, I'll help Sergeant Volk, as much as it pisses me off to do so.
I'll
Talk
do
to
it.
Anushka Hanavar.
Oh,
She'll point you in the right
Everyone
direction.
wants me to talk to Anushka. See, that's why we went there first. Whoa, buddy, put on a shirt. Everyone wants to talk to Anushka. Hey!
Welcome back.
Gosh. This one?
That's a special drink. Was there anything else with that?
That's the special... Okay. Prosthetic eyes on the side.
Rare and discerning garnish to be sure. What you want are some Tlilaxu eyes.
Can you help
Afraid
me?
not. Tlilaxu eyes are hard to come by on Arrakis. The houses like to monopolize them for their officers.
Tarnwarlin needs them desperately.
You reading, Sarah? You didn't hear it from me. But there's a Tlilaxu over at this trading post. Spooky bunch, if you ask me.
I've heard this before. Okay. Next.
Welcome back. That's a special drink. Was there anything else with that?
Dr. Kumari said she hadn't received a shipment of meds in weeks. Said he knew something about it.
It's not my fault.
It's not my fault.
wasn't built to support this many people and doesn't have a starport that will accommodate most transport freighters. The only way to get supplies here is in small loads by ornithopter or overland. And that's proving to be a big problem.
A problem how?
Medical supplies used to come by ground courier through the Udom. But that run is too dangerous these days.
So kill people.
And while the Moscaret are getting aggressive across the sector, one nest stands out as particularly troublesome. So if someone were
I'll
to
deal with it.
pacify that nest,
I have to
might
go
be
back to
able
the
convince my
Moscaret.
contacts that it's worth the risk to start shipments again.
So noisy. Consider it done. Alright. One more. Hey.
Help you with something?
Got time for a few questions?
Buy me a spice ale and you can ask anything you want. Cold
no.
and frosty, just how I like it.
Oh, I
Now,
gave him. I bought him one
said
actually.
you had questions.
What's your story? What brought your crew to Arrakis?
You know how it is.
How it is?
Mercenaries were like moths, drawn to whatever flaming hellhole burns the brightest.
See a lot of action.
Some, but my crew don't like the desert or the heat. We'll probably finish up this one last job, then hop on the first transport off this rock.
About that last job. Is there any chance you're looking for a rogue Bene Gesserit?
You're well informed, aren't you? I should probably be suspicious. But honestly, I don't give a shit. We'll take whatever help we can get.
Oh.
Yeah, we're looking for a witch. She wasn't around when we came by, but if you have any information that would help, I can make it worthwhile.
What did she do?
Well, I'm not at liberty to divulge details, but let's just say the sister owes some money to the kind of people who expect to be repaid.
Mind if I ask who hired you?
Nah, I don't mind if you ask. But it's gonna cost you a hell of a lot more than a beer for us to sell out our client.
Loyalty is a trait one doesn't expect from most mercenaries.
Loyalty's got nothing to do with it. In our business, breaking a client's confidence as a way of getting around. Then the jobs dry up. Unless you're willing to work for the kind of dregs who don't care about loyalty.
That's true. Sorry,
No
I don't know
worries.
anything.
We already know where she is.
Ooh.
She's hiding out at the Udom. We've just got to go over there and scoop her up.
Okay. Bye. And now we talk to Elara. Hey.
Oh, look. The kitten is back.
I am.
Do we have business? My sources inform me that a certain cult leader has met their end. Good kitty. Are you ready to hear about the glutton?
She called me a good kitty. Tell me about the glutton.
A new leader has risen amongst the slavers of the Haga Basin. We know almost nothing, except this. His appetite is voracious. The Assassin's Handbook teaches us of chaumas, poison in the food. Take this file, find this leader, and poison his food. Your way has been prepared.
Okay.
Our agent Petir hides among the slavers. Find Petir, and he will tell you what he knows.
Got it.
If you are caught, you do not know me. You have never heard the name Fenring. Do you accept, kitten?
Yes. I do. I will kill this glutton.
Then go, kitten. Show them your claws.
I will! Got me giggling and kicking my feet. Alright, that's about it. Where do I go to go back? I have too much goods on me. Too much valuables. Don't laugh! Teehee, or do. Person. Their armor looks cool. They have a cool cape. I want a cool cape too. What is our standing? Ugh, we haven't even improved anything. What was that? Okay.
Can I fly you somewhere today?
Fly me.
Music to my ears. The basin is a pretty big place.
Pinnacle Station.
Let's try to avoid.
I'm gonna go to base and then get off. Hey guys! We've had one stream, yes, but what about the second stream? I don't know if I'll stream tomorrow. I actually don't know what I'm doing. But I do know that I will probably still be playing after I eat. Then I'll grab some mines. Not mines. I'll mine, grab some ore. Holy heck, English. The after stream. Yeah. That. That's a thing. For sure. Oh. Oh. Yeah. I just gotta eat. I have not eaten breakfast. And I usually eat at 2 and it's already 3:30. So I'm hungry. I'm a hungry girl. I gotta sleep. Oh, you're
Thanks for your support.
Oh my goodness.
Ms. Wad dropped a sub.
Give me the prime. I appreciate you. Enjoy those emotes. Alrighty. Let's land. I'm home. Put away all this and all this and all this and all this. And wow. No, I'm trying to refuel. There you go. And put away me expensive stuff. This is where I keep all my super secret materials. I don't know why I have 5k in there. I actually need 5k. Oh, not that. Oh my goodness, I don't know where my buttons are. Okay. Okay, good to go. Niswa! Hi everybody, this is my wife. Look at her. Look at her. Alright, okay. I'm gonna go to the chill spot. I want to fix this base up a little bit more. It's kind of lacking in some areas. But anyways, thank you guys for being here. Emergency flight money, yes. Looks so cozy with all the lights. It does. I want to change out the floor, the ceilings in some parts still. But yeah, everything is looking great and dandy. I'm very excited. I know somebody who's about to go live, but not for another 30 minutes. I know, I'm really hungry, so I'm just gonna call it here. Thank you everybody for hanging out with me. I hope you guys had a lot of fun. If you haven't already, hit that follow button. This VOD will be uploaded to YouTube. I don't know if I can upload it by 5 p.m. today, because it is a little bit longer. I usually have a lot of time. Holy heck, 4 hours and 30 minutes. But yes, it will be on YouTube, because I'm pretty sure my earlier streams have already been wiped from Twitch, because Twitch only holds it for 30 days. Oh my gosh, guys, 30 days of streaming, wow. Has it been 30 days since I started streaming again? Maybe not, I don't know. 21 days, who knows? A month! Almost ready to fully come back into it. But I hope you guys had a lot of fun, because I sure did. Latte is loafed up next to me. I will see you guys tomorrow, maybe? I got a lot done. A lot of quests. Now we have this. And more of this. I want to look at the map first. Here, here, here. Oh, we were just there. And more quests over here. So I'll do those tomorrow. And then, yeah. Alrighty. Bye, guys. Bye-bye. I'll see about setting up a Discord, too. Maybe. Who knows? I don't think we need one just yet. But